Ucheta kapa YouTube kuti wakwanisa kuona hiyo ndo ndakanigisha mwana. Koneta yangu ni guest. Yeah. Internet guest. I want to put it inside. Some are very I put same image. No, yeah. No, I think he just need to actual
I think we have to look for
yeah, but my first way on the board on that. The link.
Oh, it's going to be never that. People things are eat
something nice. Let's see, yeah. And
apa nih? because you have to do it. You have to be underrated. You have to do it. Because on Monday, you called him and said, he said, okay, there was a mutual separation. Yeah. So it's nice. No, you are strong, emotional. Yeah, because he was a person who was doing it, but sometimes the way that management, this guy was like a junior until he went to 1939. You're doing a good thing, you need to advance it. Within the method.
Obviously, we make
This man I want to know the Senate general. My brother-in-law, they are military. The younger is he's teaching that. So he was. Yes. So when he was, and then these guys they were like the competition. So they still need so they introduced him to their house and to their house. Sit down. He says, so we sit down. This is what I'm trying to do. So, okay, go straight to the story. Yes, what is in it for us? You know, what is going to happen? Yeah. Then yeah, I presented the deal to them. Okay, this is what so I said, okay, yeah, because you know those guys, yeah, they tried them. So it's okay. So the first thing I'm very excited about this. I want to see that it's something like that. And what I think is when they try to advance it, someone that is already same with Indian model. And the language with Spanish just actually yeah, I was using yeah. When we managed to it's unfair. So yeah, in Quatata, yeah, meeting is like so then yeah, we hit to switch. That is actually it's quite interesting. It's like gold. Because what ended up happening was that, okay, when we were doing this back and forth, the money was there. It's something that the Chinese guys were using spirals, and this thing was very accurate. I was separate like 15 ton of foam. So we're doing like this stuff. Guess I think something invisible, no wonderful. Then I was still thinking of saying, now, I didn't want to. I would like to know is and I said, okay, this is what I've got. And then there is yeah. Our people were still there because we're still like, okay, are you thinking? Yeah, no. Sit up. I want to do something like that. Just information. Because once we go like very busy,
Doesn't go ahead.
you see that yes, it's still a lot of competition, but it's not like the huge that's what's very tight. If I put in my money, I need to do the math. If I can operate within a month, I should be able to sell the products, make my money. So whatever comes after that, it's benefit. So even if they come after like 2 months, I'm okay. It kills us. Being a lawyer, you put it in my
Yeah, you see that they was taking like this. Or they don't want to. I just so you think out of the box.
Yeah, that's the thing.
No, that's not like your system. Was your network? You're only thinking, yeah, good for you. Space that you want to take this space, and even more.
Yes. Yeah. Is that it was very important for so that made it from a thinking mentality. So think that it's possible. Because there's someone. So I think it's a very
Emotions. You talk about emotions. They have suspended thinking that it's a common agenda. But the way you
just that reflection.
How is that purely?
You just want to see the pharmacy.
Gentlemen, morning. Okay, I'm going to be your lecturer for today. So what class are we having? What class are we having? Strategy and create introduction to?
Yeah, to business analysis.
Analysis. Okay, anyone for numbers? There's no statistics. Okay, some scientists in the room. Okay, we've got someone. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Sharon Lindela, and I'm going to be your MC and host for today's proceedings. First of all, I'd like to welcome each and every one of you, primarily thanking you for your time and effort and you being here. Let's clap hands for ourselves, shall we? We have executive leaders, captains of industries, and for you to make time to be here today is absolutely remarkable. And I'd like to appreciate you for that. Without further ado, allow me to call the chairman who's going to give us our opening remarks, and then we get right into the proceedings of the day. Once again, welcome to the Shoka Indaba.
Thank you, Sharon. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I'd like to welcome you to Shoka Business Indaba. And thank you all for being here today. 6 months ago, I had an almost fatal accident. And due to the power of collaboration, I think that's one of the reasons why I am here today. I would like to tell you the story of what exactly I mean by that, but then in short, when I woke up from my surgery, like when I came back to, what I first had were members of the Shoka Dzogwendo family who were standing there and so hoping that I would wake up from surgery. And for that, I'd like to also thank them. So as we gather here for our inaugural business Indaba, we are hoping there will be many. So, and our theme for today is empowering the community through networking and collaboration. I feel an agency to address the real issues that are affecting our community. I feel an agency and compelled to address issues that, while uncomfortable, are crucial for our communities. We all know why we are here. Not in this event, by the way, here in South Africa. Many of us have walked the tough path of living Zimbabwe, the hardships that we've experienced, to come here looking for better opportunities. Yet we find ourselves grappling with uncertainty, competition, and prejudice. The reality is that while South Africa offers better economic opportunities, the obstacles we face as Zimbabweans can often feel insurmountable. We have got systemic barriers, we have got cultural misunderstandings, of which many of us are experiencing today. These are the harsh truth of being a foreigner in South Africa, or rather a foreigner in any country. Yet, despite being in the same boat, as Zimbabweans, we often find ourselves paddling against each other rather than together. Let's be honest. There's actually a tendency among many Zimbabweans to view each other not as allies, but as competitors, which I don't blame us at all, because come to think of it, it comes from our education system. Since we were in primary school, we were taught to compete against each other. The first one would get a number one, would get a prize, number two would get a prize, number three would get a prize, and then there would be someone who is number 40, 41, or 42. Those ones we used to consider them as losers. So our education system does not teach us to collaborate. We are basically being taught to compete against each other. And we see ourselves when we go into the corporate world, when we start our own businesses, we still want to compete against our own community, and against it, whoever comes, we are still competing instead of collaborating. And how many times have we seen a fellow Zimbabwean struggling there and then think that, okay, I want to extend a helping hand. But rather than seeking to help that person, you find yourself seeking to outshine one another. So I'd like to submit to you, gentlemen and ladies, that as a Zimbabwean, the mere presence of another Zimbabwean stirs a sense of competition that detracts us from our collective collaboration. from our collective potential that we could do if we could come together. Many years ago, before actually, I think a few months before my father passed on, he set us, we were from a very big family. So he set us down and he said, most of us, we know Mchaido, right? So he took one strand from that Mchaido and then he broke it. And then he put back. Then he's like, as an individual, you are like a Mchaido. You are strong, but then once someone tries to break you, you can easily be broken. But then if you put those things together and build a child, if you try to break it, it won't break. Why? Because now those small things, there are many, then now it's difficult for you to break. No matter how hard you try, it will not break. So that's the power of collaboration. But for us as Zimbabweans, instead of collaborating and uplifting one another, too often we fall into the habit of pointing fingers at our South African hosts. And we blame them for the setbacks that we encounter. So while there is no denying that there are challenges which come from there and that we encounter as foreigners and that they might feel overwhelming, we must also confront the uncomfortable truth that much of what holds us back is from within our community. There is the lack of support, the unwillingness to collaborate, and thirdly, the all too common mindset of looking out solely for oneself, which stifles our progress. So I ask you to reflect on this. How many of us who are here today or who are there online have approached a fellow Zimbabwean working to collaborate, only to feel the need to prove that we are doing better than that person that we are trying to support or to collaborate with? So as Zimbabweans, especially here in South Africa, we have an abundance of talent, creativity, and ambition. Yet we often squander it in a race to show off our accomplishments, that when I do something, I want to be seen. I want to make sure that Mr. Piri there sees that I've done this, that Mr. Gyros there sees that I've done this, instead of building a shared future as Zimbabweans. So it's time for us to confront these challenges head on. Yes, we can celebrate our entrepreneurial spirit, but let's not just focus on strategies of success, but let's also challenge ourselves to shift this paradigm. We need to be more than just competitors. We must be collaborators. So today is about coming together, sharing resources, sharing knowledge, and lifting each other up. So today, I think you all to acknowledge these issues openly. It's time to have these uncomfortable conversations and challenge the status quo. Let's not let jealousy or the desire to demonstrate superiority define our interactions anymore. Life in South Africa undoubtedly causes challenges, but we must remember that we also hold the power to reshape our narrative. If we truly want to succeed, we need to put aside our own individualistic tendencies and commit to supporting one another wholeheartedly. So we must not only ask ourselves how to craft better CVs or connect with local networks, but also question why these challenges exist in the first place. There is this question, are we truly welcome here in South Africa, or are we merely tolerated? That's a question for another day. That's not why we are here today. But that will be an interesting conversation to be had as well. So today, let's also make sure that we address the other elephant in the room, which is the notion that we must constantly prove ourselves as Zimbabweans in South Africa, that we must try and overachieve so that we can just be seen as equals. This mindset actually needs to change, and it begins with us here today, as we have much to offer, and it's time we start recognizing our worth and advocating for it. So today's event is not a platform just for networking, but it is a platform for revolutionizing the way that we think, the way that we perceive ourselves and our capabilities. So let's not just share success stories. This is to the panelists and the speakers. Let's not just share our success stories. Let's also try to talk about our failures and the lessons that we learn from. For it is from other people, it is from seeing other people's failures that the rest can also learn. We can't, I think I heard from Mr. Kwirirai one day, he said, we can't pay the same school fees that have been paid by other businesses. So we have to learn from them, which is what we must do today. So this is about finding pathways, not only to survive, but to truly thrive. And that requires us to be honest about our struggles. So I would like to sincerely thank our speakers, our panelists, and every person who has contributed to make this event happen today. Your presence today signifies a commitment to change, but the real transformation actually starts after today. So the real work, it starts after we leave this room. That's when we should start working towards that collaboration spirit that we are looking for today. So let's harness our collective potential and boldness and confront these challenges that we are going to talk about, to discuss today as a united front, and pursue genuine collaboration, create a thriving community that will showcase our strength and forge a path that others will follow, a path that the future generations, I see a few young people that are here, so we want to forge a path that these guys can follow and say, these gentlemen on this day, which is the 26th, they started this path and we are following. So let's build on this. So I challenge each of you to think critically, engage passionately, and empower one another in ways that will go beyond conventional networking. For empowering one another should not just be expressed. It's an action that we should commit towards. Let's make this day a day to remember, one that sparks the necessary change in our community and ignites the fire within us all to pursue our dreams unapologetically. So let's embrace this opportunity to reshape our community for the better, foster the spirit of collaboration, and shared success. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tatenda Mapesa, and I'm just a young Zimbabwean from a rural community there in deep down in Harare, in somewhere there, who is on a quest to revolutionize the mindset of my fellow Zimbabweans, one person at a time. Thank you.
That was so powerful. Do you agree?
Yes.
Man, oh man, at some point I was found questioning my life choices and some decisions that I have made as a young person, as a professional, as a career-driven individual. And I got to ask myself a few questions as well. And I want to also ask you a few questions. In the past year, how many have thought about what their retirement would look like? Okay, she said, obviously so. It's not rocket science. Who has thought about their retirement? You have?
Yeah.
Have you possibly sat down with your kids and structured the retirement plan? Started the conversation with them, with your partner as well? Seems like we are heading in the right direction. Let's talk about investing in real estate, property, logistics, or any other industry that tickles your fancy. Investments, somebody? Okay. Who has created another stream of income? Maybe by diversifying their portfolio, or if you are in the corporate, increased your services or your skills, your offering. We've thought in that direction. Okay, I think we're certainly in the right room with the right kind of people So we are about to have a conversation with some of the people that are in this room that are dynamite in their own rights and have changed the narrative and have challenged the status quo, one, as a foreigner, operating in a land that is not our own and it is borrowed, right? And to unpack that conversation with me, I've got Mr. Justin. Is he with us? Is he here?
No, it's not yet.
He's not here yet. Okay. Mr. Piri.
I'm here.
Okay, please join me. So if I call you in front here, Mr. Piri, please join me. Mr. Jeremiah, please come through as well. Mr. Tapera, please come through. And last but not least, my goodness, okay. I'll have them sit here, it's okay. But before we start our panel discussion, we have yes, all right.
I'm assuming this is Sharon.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Sharon, for those questions that you're posing to all of us. My name is Fusimo Sipiri. I'm going to deliver the keynote address. I've been asked to share with you, I think, in under 30 minutes. I don't know if we speak for 30 minutes. Okay. And the topic today is harnessing community and collaboration for personal and professional growth. So that's what I'm going to be delivering on. But I'm going to deliver that a bit differently. I'm going to speak about some of the things that we're involved in. And from there, I hope that we're going to pick up the lessons about collaboration, lessons about working together. And also we're going to probably learn a bit about how can we maximize the communities that we've created in South Africa. But before I go there, would be one of the things that we need to try and do as a people is, if I look at this room, the demographics are not right. So if you want to collaborate, if you want to grow, is how do you grow if you leave one half of your family at home? How do you grow if you leave your wife or if you leave your husband at home? So we have to start thinking about those things. Mike cannot be here because she's in Malanga, but when we have our shareholder meetings or some very serious meetings, she's always right there by the side, because when you come out of these conversations, you're not go back home and start to have another conversation with your wife. So imagine if this conversation was like, okay, guys, we've got a time-sensitive matter that we need you to decide. So the first thing that you are thinking would be, how do I approach my husband? And you're losing time, you're losing opportunities. And besides, if you bring them here, maybe they'll also got another way of looking at things. So as a people, we need to start looking at that. Because sometimes we, especially as men, we think that we need to carry the family, or carry the family. And in that, we actually not fully utilizing our partner. And I'll talk about that later when I finishing my keynote address, how my wife actually comes into play. Because she's the only person that understands me. She's the only person that can hear my tummy grumbling at night. She's the only person when I'm turning over. The rest of the guys, whether shareholders, partners, whatever, they don't know what I'm going through except my wife. So I can be standing here looking pretty, but my wife knows that that man is going through a lot. Or that man actually is going to something. That's your partner. So as we start to engage on this, I know with the soccer club, maybe they're not interested in soccer. But when we come to serious conversations like this, like these ones, it's very important as a people that we start bringing our partners. Let's be intentional. Not only partners, even daughters. My daughter, she's writing matric. That's why she's not here today. But she's already investing. Yesterday, I was buying some Bitcoin for the mother. The mother says, "Oh, I've put some money. Can you buy some Bitcoin for me?" And my daughter was like, "No, don't buy that one. Buy this one." That is a 16, 17-year-old. So we are engaging in terms of, and we're intentional about these things. So these things are not things that when I'm now 60, 70, or 80, then I have to sit them down to say, now I'm doing succession planning. They need to go through the journey. I'll give you another one. I'm still, yeah, I'll never do it in 10 minutes. I started at 5, so 4 minutes. So I'll give you another example. So another example is she's just hired out a matric dress. So to another kid who's doing matric this year. And for that, she got paid, I think, 4,000 rands. And with that 4,000 rands, she says, 3,000 rands, I want to put it into the investment platform. Easy equities, whatever. Then I wanted to tease them, say, if I were you, I'll take all of that and put it into EC10. So this is like a bucket of the 10 biggest cryptocurrencies or biggest crypto. So I said, if I were you, I'll put it there. Then says, that's too much risk. So there's something that triggered me there. This is 3,000 rands. To me, I would say it's just 3,000 rands, put it in there. To her, she's looking at it's 3,000 rands out of 4,000. So that's 75% of the money that she's just earned. And to her, she said, I cannot put 75% of the money that I've just earned into one instrument. Do you see how she's starting to think? Yeah. So if we then accelerate this to 10 years or 15 years from now, it means that kid of mine is a rare animal. She knows what she wants to study. She wants to study law and corporate finance. So the things that she's doing now, she's already getting exposed to that. And these exposures are coming because as parents, we're intentional about these conversations with our kids. So you cannot talk about building a community, you cannot talk about collaborating if you're not collaborating with your own partner, if you're not collaborating with your own family. That's where collaboration starts at. Your kids, your wife. Then when you come to the community here, because your kid, my wife, is got a whole lot of community ladies. And thank God most of those ladies are high net worth ladies. So if I want to reach out to funding, she knows exactly what we're doing. So she can go that direction and I can go this direction. And together we can come and say, oh, I've got this group of ladies, which is a good example. Is those ladies, I can give you an example, they formed their own fund and they invested in cattle. And when they did that investment, one of them was our IOPA. And in December of 2022, our IOPA cashed out and she bought a stand. And out of that stand, she's now built her own property. But we're only able to do that because she knows what we're going through. She knows who I am, and she's helping me to build the platform. So involve your wife, involve your partners and so on, but we'll speak about that a bit later. So my history is, my father is from Malawi, my mother is from Swaziland, and I was born in Zimbabwe. And I'm now here living in South Africa. So I've lived in I did my education in Zimbabwe. I did part of my education in Malawi. So I want to put myself as an egg. And I was speaking to two of the gentlemen there that whether it's fried or boiled or scrambled, it still remains an egg. So whether we take you out of Zimbabwe or out of Bindura or out of wherever, you still remain an. No, your identity does not change because you are being boiled, or you are being fried, or you are being scrambled. You still remain an egg. But out of all these three, you bring out your true character, and you can actually be able to say, I can perform as a boiled egg and make him who likes boiled egg to feel that I've enjoyed my meal. He hates a boiled egg, it smells, it gives you gas, but he likes scrambled eggs. So how can we retain our identity but be able to excel in any environment that we're put in? And stop complaining. Because we have to work within the confines of the environment. The water, the boiling water does not change because you're an egg. It knows that I just need to boil and I need to cook this thing. Cooking oil knows that I need to fry this thing. That's its purpose. So the purpose of the egg is not to change the condition, is to excel out of the conditions. Is it making sense? I'm preaching well. So I wish I could show this a bit, but it's fine. Because this presentation will take you through some pictures, and I wanted those pictures so that you can see something. So the first picture that I've made in my presentation, and I'm going to talk about a story, purpose, professional growth, harnessing community collaboration, and lifting up people is you climb. So that is ultimately is you don't have an elephant in the room. You don't have one person that is just strike massive. We want to see a lot of strike massivas. We just don't have one person who's Vusi. We want to see a lot of Vusis. We just don't want you to, after you've arranged this, a few years later and then it collapses. We want you to be able to say, who are you lifting up as you are climbing this corporate ladder or this business environment that you're working on. So the pictures there, we're gonna help us a lot, because the first picture that I gave is of my board chair. In my board chair, the one that we've approached and appointed is a white gentleman from Germany, was ex-country head of IMF Zimbabwe. So we've called him to come and chair our group as we go through the process of listing. So it speaks back to how do you harness community and collaborate for your personal growth or for your professional growth. So that picture alone will say, why are they picking a white guy? Because the reality would be there are places that you are going to go into where the skin of your color or the color of your skin, or whichever way, the color of your skin is going to open certain doors. So you have to be intentional, you have to be strategic about these things to say, in this growth phase that we're going into, let's have a white chair as an example. Then, how do I have a conversation with my current chair, who is black? How do I convince him as a CEO to say, Chair, in this phase that we are going to, would you step back and be a deputy chair? Because it's a hard conversation that I had yet, but I can explain to him to say, you are a shareholder. This guy that is coming is not a shareholder. At the end of the day, I'm creating, as a CEO, I need to create shareholder value. So, Chair, this person, with what we want to do, open doors at IMF, open doors at European Bank, is the right candidate, do you mind to step back? It's making sense. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's the reason the face is there. So all this is part of harnessing the community, collaborating so that we can grow. At the professional level, at the personal level. The next one is just to speak about us, about our company. So we started a company called Diaspora Capital, just like your social club. We started that with that young man that is sitting on the corner there. I don't know if he's too young. So about in 2021, we were working for a company called Celix. That company called Celix, I was a co-founder. I was a director, shareholder of that company. We eventually sold that company to PwC. And I got a little money out of it and invested and so on. But the point here is that when we're sitting with Munya, we said, we are here in South Africa. We need to be able to start something because we've lost time. So most of us here would be, if we're not careful, our retirement is not going to be okay. And that's the reality. It's the reality of we've got a family that we need to support, extended family, we've got our own kids, we've got our own personal goals. And sometimes we've made lots of mistakes along the way. So where we are sitting would be, as much as we're talking about the retirement, we're not talking more about would be, what can be my soft landing? We're not talking about how am I going to enjoy retirement. You're talking about soft landing. You say, yo, I need a plot. I see a lot of Zimbabweans now having plots. I need a plot, I need this. So you are thinking more about soft landing because already you've configured your mind that your retirement is going to be tight. Again, it's you trying now to change the environment is that aim. That to say, what can I do in the next 15 years? Lord, I've got 15 years. What do I need to do so that I've got not a peaceful, I can enjoy my retirement, whatever the case may be. So when we formed this ending, it was precisely that we need to collaborate because if we do it one by one, it will not go much. We need to collaborate. Then we need to get to a phase where at some point in time, we need to bring the other diaspora to come in to partake. Because the reality would be, let me just pause a little bit. Husband and wife?
Yes.
Can I shake your hand? This is exactly what we want. because when you go back home, you are not negotiating with your partner. You are saying would be, what do we do now? So, munhu neishwa yake. This is what we want. We want partners to come for this. Thank you so much for coming late and showing us how it's done. I know our other partner is make sure that she's ready. So when we started Diaspora Capital, there was just about 5 of us. We doing collections. Then we eventually began dating. We started investing in other things and so on and so on. But we're now at a point where we've split that company into 2. One called non-financial services, with the revenues of close to 100 million rand. We employ more than 50 people, 80 people, including Bindura. So if you go to Bindura, you ask for Northlands, ask for Sistek, we'll tell you about it. So this is just coming from 5 individuals, 13 individuals. Now there's about 81 of us. We're not splitting the company into 2. One is non-financial services, is going, we're going to scale it as well into other areas. The other one is financial services, which we're now in the process of listing on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange and also VFX. It'll be done. It's taken us a bit of time, but it'll be done by December this year. So out of that, it was a matter of being intentional, thinking ahead that we've lost money in Zimbabwe. We need to think about retirement that's coming 40 years from now. We can't do it as individuals. We need to collaborate. Is it making sense? Then out of those conversations comes the matters of trust, forgiving, giving each other a chance. So if the four of you collaborate and start a company and you've asked him to lead, to say, please come and run this thing full time. We'll pay you a salary, come and run it full time. He was not born an entrepreneur. He was not born a business person. You will make mistakes. Some of those mistakes is you will lose money as a collective.
Yes.
Most of us here will not stomach it. But if you can't stomach it, you can't grow. If you can't be that egg that says, I'm not going to break. My purpose is to be boiled and to come out, yolk in, white out, and I need to be boiled. I will not break this thing, let it boil me. So we need to be able to, in those conversations, be able to say, how do we help each other to grow this thing, knowing that we're gonna make mistakes, knowing that we're gonna lose money, then him being at the head, how does he behave that I'm doing this as a steward? The trust that the people have given me is I need to give it my best. Is it making sense? So that's the story about DK. So if you look at our mission, it speaks to what today's conversation is all about, the vision, whatever. We want to grow capital, protect capital, grow wealth, and empower people or our investors. So again, it's all from the learnings of Zim. Rule number one of finances would be protect capital. Because if you have 100 rand and it drops to 50, to get it back to 100 rand, you need to grow 100%. So rule number one is you need to grow, you need to protect the capital. So as we get money from people, as we grow, is we need to protect that capital. But the mission, ultimately, is we want to empower. You see, word collaboration. It's almost like a young men used to do it, like looking at us and say, okay, let me pick collaboration, let me pick this. So for us to be able to deliver this is we have to collaborate. I'm actually collaborating with you. You don't even know now. I'm actually collaborating. We're actually doing a collaboration. There's quite a lot that I'm going to learn from you. There's quite a lot that I'm going to learn from me by the end of this conversation. But what is the ultimate outcome? Is better financial outcomes. Can my investors behave something that will say, oh, I've got something there that will use me to retire, something that I can use as part of my legacy, and so on. What has that impacted our communities? The people that we employ, the families that we employ. Because when we start this business, also sometimes we look at families and say, well, this one is a hard worker, but he's a bad business person. And I've also made those mistakes where I've given family money and we've lost money. But to bring them into business to say, okay, you're going to be, your qualifications in artisan, okay, you work for us underground. That person works. So you're not giving dignity and better outcomes to your own family by virtue of giving them jobs. Is it making sense? Yes. I'm gonna skip the about what we do there, that is well, and that is well. Yeah, so I'm gonna go there. So that is just summarizing. So that was one of our shareholder meetings. So you can see there they are ladies. Those ladies are not our employees, are our wives. So when we have shareholder meetings, our ladies are there. If we say we're not declaring a dividend, there's no one at home to ask you. So we're not getting from that shareholder meeting, we're going home and having other conversations. I'm not having another board meeting and home. Because that's what take a if there's no holiday, doesn't that. So if you look at these people as an example, on average, each family they contributed about 200,000 rands over a period of about 30 months, Munya? About 30 months. Being intentional and trusting each other and being able to say, we can do this. Now, 200,000 over 30 months, 200,000 now is a lot of money. Over 30 months is not a lot of money. Because you spend it anyway. Yeah. Yesterday I went to the shops. Yesterday was my wife's birthday. I went to the shops to buy some Crocs. And my son says, I also want Crocs. I mean, the one doesn't have Crocs in the house. And I ended up spending money. I didn't buy it for it. But there goes 1,000 rand. So it's 1,000 rand here, 1,000 rand there, 1,000 rand there, 1,000 rand there. And if you look at these people, when we started, we were contributing about 3,000 rands per month. So already in 30 months, you've contributed 90,000. The other 110 is when we call for additional capital and so on. So these things is you have to be intentional and force yourself to do them. Is it making sense? Yes. When we started the company called Serix, we were working for another IT company, and I was in Zambia at a mine implementing a system there. And the lady who was Darini, she became our CEO and also the co-shareholder. She said to me, Vusi, what do you want to do in the next 5 years? Then I said to her, actually, what do you want to do in the next 5 years? And then I went further to say, if I were you, I would start my own company. So I didn't answer the question that she asked me. Then she says, okay, Mr. Piri, she's the only person who calls me Mr. Piri and you guys. Man, I said, Mr. Piri is, if I start my company, would you join me? I said, definitely. But here is the crux of the matter. I'm a foreigner in this environment. I don't have a backup plan. So if I quit this job and we start this thing, there has to be some level of assurance that I can get an income. Because otherwise I'm toast. So don't worry, Mr. P, I've got 1 million rand that a friend borrowed me. A friend, collaboration, communication, reached out to another Indian person and we were borrowed, we were lent 1 million rand. Out of that 1 million rand, 5 of us, 5 people. 1 million rand is not even enough now to pay me per year. But that 1 million rand in 2009, and that money, we said this money must take us 6 months, the 5 of us. So the first thing we did is we cut our salaries by half. So I went home and had a conversation with my wife and say, no, there's no opportunity to start a company. I'm going to be a shareholder. But what it means would be, there's no commission anymore. No those that are consulting. You earn a basic and then in the commission. So the days of me earning 60, 70,000 are gone. Can we live on that? Luckily, with one child, she has not also started school. This is 2009. One child not started school. So the expense was still, our biggest expense was the very month that we were resigning and starting this company. I was at the bank applying for my first mortgage. And the guy at the bank said to me, I've got about 5 minutes to finish. The guy at the bank said to me, I want to hear about this thing that you're starting a company. It's too risky. I'm going to assume you're still waiting for your own company to give you this mortgage. So basically is, when you want to start something big, you're going to have to go through the boiling pot. There are things that we're going to have to cut down. So we cut down our income to say, we're going to live on this until we can grow this area. Is it making sense? Yes. Okay. So sacrifices, a lot of these guys, some of them will take money from the credit card. But now they're shareholders. Some of them would be, when we list, their shares will be worth 4, 5 million, 2 million, 3 million rand. But all they put in, some of them actually, this is an average, some of them even put in 30,000. But still they took a risk. So the risk that you guys took from jumping the border to say, I'm going into South Africa, legally, illegal, and then you're collecting yourselves, buying some pennies, buying some IDs, changing surnames, marrying South Africans. It was part of the strategy. It's part of the strategy. Agreed? It's part of the yeah. Because when you are going out of Egypt into Israel, there were a lot of things that happened there. People had to die in the ocean. Frogs, what is so on. So there were a lot of. So when you come here, whatever means you are here. That's what matters. So you already took a big gamble, you already took a big risk. Partnering. Someone spoke about how we wanted here, South Africans and so on. He's left with that in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Here is a group of South Africans. All these guys are South Africans except me and a few people. You see me at the back. I normally stand at the back always because of my height. These are a group of South Africans that we partnered with in financial services. Each one of them, on average, they put in about 141,000. Those are their certificates. The company that we are listing now, it's a collaboration of Zimbabweans and South Africans. You can collaborate. One of the things would be, it's painful. Half the time I'm called Nigerian with my own shareholders. Because when they're made, this Nigerian, what is going to happen with our money? Hey, what True. But if you are a visionary, there's so many stones that I'm not throwing at you, and you have to develop thick skin. Whether at a personal level, when you want to grow the corporate ladder, or at a business level, you have to develop a thick skin. But here are my partners. So even if after time they call me whatever names, but most of the time they say, my brother, thank you so much. If it wasn't of you, we would have not even known what I invest with. Now we are listing. What is listing? First time we started, they said, let's combine all our money and then we put it in the bank. Then it comes at the end of the year, and then we share. That's not an investment. That's a stock. Because to them, investment was putting money, putting in the bank, and then share at the end of the day. I told them that the money that you are putting, high chances we might lose it. Because what we're going to start there is a lot of risk. So don't think that this is a stock firm. But if this thing works, then you're in the money. So partners, here are my partners. You will see my group CEO for South Africa, she's South African. Is the other guys that are going to move into Zimbabwe as South African. Now I think South Africans and put them in Zimbabwe. That's my part of our executive zone, white people, whatever. So again, it's about collaboration. Bring other color into the picture. Because look at Stan Masila. Look at his board, look at his management. Why does he have a mixture of the red colors? Be intentional. Go and buy a book called Rhodes and His Banker. That book, Rhodes came to South Africa in 18 of about 16, 17. Ambition to build railway all the way to Egypt. The railway line that you see from here to Zimbabwe, it was Rhodes. This Rhodes University, UCT, all that is built on land that was donated by Rhodes. Intentionality, being intentional to say, these are the things that we're going to do. Zimbabwe was built by Rhodes. Rhodesia was built by Rhodes. The British South Africa company is the one that was sponsoring all the activities in Zimbabwe. If you read that book, you understand why, as a people, we need to be very intentional. Now, to summarize, we're living in a moment of opportunity. You're an egg, but there's an opportunity. Sort out the issue of identity. You are Zimbabwe. It doesn't matter if you don't want to go back to Zimbabwe, but you are still Zimbabwe. So if you struggle on identity, the rest of things with access and capital are going to be a bigger struggle. Get used to it. I'm a Zimbo. Whenever I go, I make it clear that I'm from Zimbabwe. Actually, what I've realized is actually it's capital, because Zimbabweans are trusted. As much as they hate us, but they know we work, we are hard workers, we're honest people. So I use this as a collateral. So the first thing I do, especially when I want to deal with white people in South Africa, is my name is Vusi Piri, and I'm Zimbabwean. So already what I'm told him is I'm banking to say, by the way, you know, South Africans are cool. So I'm collaborating. I want him to immediately trust me that people from Zimbabwe are trusted people. Is it making sense? Yes. It's collateral. Some of you hide. Unopinda kuma mama bank, so then you realize, but this guy is Zimbabwe, and they don't want to be seen. They don't want to be noticed. They don't want even to give you opportunity or access. Don't suffer in the retirement, because the retirement, unfortunately, is tougher for corporate people than entrepreneurs. Because entrepreneurs, we know how tough it is when we're being boiled. So when retirement comes, we've already gone through the boiling over the years. Professional people, they normally struggle. Build your professional growth is driven by the networks that we're building now. So I'm hoping that by the end of this session, you're going to exchange numbers. I know most of you know each. You realize when I was sitting there, Munya wanted to come to sit next to me. I said, Munya, get away, go and sit somewhere else. Because strategically, if you're sitting there, he's not speaking to that gentleman. That means now I've got access to him. Through Munya, I've got access to 1, 2, 3, 4 around Munya. So I chased him out of there, because if I was sitting there, it means my network is not growing. But in growing there, we're growing our intentionality. I'm going to go gara, you know each other. You know each other. If you call him, say, give me 100,000, can you give you 100,000? So how does he open? So you must sit with me there. So that when you call, I said, you have 100 per meter. Okay, I'm going to jump this. Yeah, this is probably the last slide. Lift as you climb. So we spoke about this briefly. So as we grow, as we improve ourselves, and we need to make sure that we don't leave other people behind. One of the reasons why I'm here, I could have gone to Mpumalanga just after the session. My son in the session at school, which was ending at 7. My wife already left to Mpumalanga with the other child for soccer. But I would have driven at night so that I could spend with him there. One of the reasons why I came here was precisely that this is an opportunity for me to engage, grow my network. Is it making sense?
Yes.
But it starts with the family. So bring your wives. If you guys that came here, you and your wives, this whole place will be packed. It will double the people. Actually, in our business, we've got more women executives, more women MDs than men. My first boss was a lady. My first partner in terms of showing was also a lady. I work very well with ladies, even the men. But we cannot leave 50% of our potential at home or in businesses. Zungu is our just booze and so on. Because there's no one who's challenging you. Because when you are here, you behave. Look at that man, he's behaved. Then you now need to think about as lifting up is there will always be need in our community, in our communities. So there are certain things that we definitely need family foundation. Look at what USAID did. They pulled out of Africa, they've closed down after more than 60 years or so, and everyone's crying. It's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for you guys to have I reached out to those guys, the guys that were running USAID in Western Africa. I said, guys, this is an opportunity. How do we engage? You guys have got skill. You've been running these goals for 15 years. Mudachi, what do you want? Let's engage. I'm looking for work. So it's time we make our own foundations based on the principles, not based on their interests. Because USAID, if you look at it, it was soft power. We give you so much aid, but you need to make sure that American businesses are covered. They've got opportunities. So imagine the diaspora community here. If we have a foundation in South Africa, where South Africa, us as Zimbabweans, we're sending 1.6 billion US to Zimbabwe a year. Imagine if we had to form a foundation. Forget about my business. Kungoti, guys, let's form a trust with foundation. And that foundation becomes strong enough. It becomes power. Because when you say there's a problem, the government, when they're doing their budget, say, oh, there's a diaspora foundation, we need to behave. Because they give us 100 million US every year. And they'll come to us and have a conversation and say, this is what we're thinking. And we now say, okay, we are thinking that this nonsense of us not voting must stop. Soft power. So that comes out of, so when you are going and negotiating something, first must look at what does this person want? Is it making sense? So this thing about foundations is very important for us as a people to be able to, it's very important for us for the people as we grow so that we can lift not only our families, not only our communities, but we can also lift our country. So these are the things that we need to look at. So we've got marketers, we've got people that can pull people together, we've got business people. For me, I don't want my time to be wasted. I don't want my time to be wasted. So if you guys are setting up something, it must have business principles in it. It must be sustainable. Even to boost a chain, it must start having sustainability. So that even your own kids, they can actually say, this was started by our father, but out of this would be, we raise money and we help communities in Zimbabwe. Even if it's 10,000 rands, it makes a difference in rural areas. Is it making sense? Yeah. So that when your kids, when they're driving to Zimbabwe, so, oh, by the way, I want us to drive to the other school. We give them 5,000 a year. We sponsor. You know, in rural areas, it's only $20 per term or $10 per term to go to school. So, Shoka Dzogwendo, what do you call? My apologies. Should I really mix it? So, Shoka Dzogwendo. You need to be impactful. So when you're, because that's how you're teaching your kids to say, as Shoka Dzogwendo, we're not just playing soccer. We're actually helping 100 kids in Zimbabwe. And we pay $5 per term, $500, and we help on 10 schools. And when you set up that thing, it's properly regulated and set up. Then you pull in Martha. You pull in, so this is my sister, but I'm calling her Martha. In business, we call each other Vusi and whatever. We don't call. So we call Martha. Martha will call me and say, Vusi, by the way, so guys, they've done something beautiful. How do we engage? Okay, I think Munya, Fundi, in marketing, in our budget, can we think about Shoka Dzogwendo and put maybe 100,000 a year for them? So we're now reinvesting in our own people through you. Is it making sense? And you are getting the credibility. But the money is coming from Martha, it's coming from Vus, coming from him, it's coming from him, and so on and so on. Thank you so much.
Trust me when I say it's hard for me to speak now that this man has spoken. I feel like he's just dropped the mic. It's like after, okay, maybe age, but after they rap, and then drop the mic. He just did that. Another round of applause for Thank you so much for sharing that. And as you were speaking, a lot was just running in my mind. And I just remembered how I started the financial grind. My grandfather was a business owner. And back in the days when you had a store and a booklet store, you were one of the Eat families. And so that was our case. But he died and my uncle took over. Safe to say, a place is now a monument of what was once was. What is my point? In as far as ideas of how to make money is concerned, we do not lack those because we can. And we have proven that. Statistics are showing it through unemployment rate, the informal sector growing, and still people are still able to make ends meet because they're able to grind. But then our businesses do not and never live beyond the first owner. And if they are passed on, they never live beyond the second generation. And that is to show that the idea of making money we do have, but to keep money, to grow money, we still lack. The history of the Amalgamated Banks of South Africa, ABSA, some of you have a bank account with them, it started as a stokvel. And he gave that analogy as he was speaking. They put money together and they decided to start loaning it to some people. An example was made of a stokvel that was started during that time at the same period. At the end of the year, they decided to share their money, which is more or less delayed gratification, right? But they decided to grow the money. And today, ABSA is one of the top 5 banks in South Africa, without disputing that. And the stokvel is still a stokvel. So the idea is that the execution then differs. The nurturing of that same idea then differs. So you do not have to reinvent the wheel and think of the brightest idea after sliced bread. It's simply taking what already exists and then saying, how do I grow this better? How do I become more efficient than the other players in the market? How do I make this idea live beyond me? How do I put systems in place that are going to nurture that idea and grow it to a great giant? And the moment we're able to do that as individuals, we'll be able to do that as a country and as a continent. And the poor African continent that we are said to be, the narrative will change. But in order to change that narrative, it's going to start at a personal level, at your organizational level, at your family level, at your community level. So we're about to have a panel discussion. And he's one of the bright minds that will be joining me on stage. And I am certain you are about to experience fireworks. Are we promising Mavirawi? Mavirawi. All right, so allow me to call back on stage my panelists. Mr. Vusi, please join. Join me on stage, Jeremiah, Tapera, my sister Martha as well, and Justin. Please join me on stage. First of all, thank you for making time to join us here. So I have an annual summit called Money and Wealth. And one of the things I always say is, thank you for saying yes. Because in an era where people are afraid to associate with other people for certain and particular reasons, you decided to honor this invitation by simply saying yes. And trust me when I say lives are going to be transformed, mindsets are going to be shifted through some of the things that we are going to share here today. So first things first, thank you for saying yes. And thank you to the organizers for bringing such trailblazers. Do we agree that this is like top soup of entrepreneurship in South Africa representing the Zimbabwean community?
Yes. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
A round of applause once again. So I want to take the first moment to allow each and every one of you to introduce yourselves the way you see fit. Then we dive into our panel discussion. Maybe we can start from my far left, moving towards my right.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jeremiah Singizi. So I think I best represent those guys who are still working and they also want to venture into entrepreneurship or they want to do something on the side. I'm a full-time employed. I specialize in financial risk management. I consult for banks and insurance companies, and I'm employed by one of the big 4 audit and advisory firms in the country. On the side as well, I do my own things. I'm a co-director in a property investment company, and I also do my own investments like in stocks, etc. So that's in a nutshell about it.
Chapera Matema, that's my name. And I founded Hallmark Risk and Financial Services, which is a short-term insurance broking based in Fendel in Weinberg. So basically, we do short-term personal lines and commercial lines, as well as insurance placement, which is a local and offshore market. And also do training sessions, that is introductions and full course trainings. That's insurance related market. And I do for those are big short-term insurance with Santam, Discovery, and so forth. You say Mr. T, they don't know.
So I'm Martha Chassi. I'm a business person. I'm involved in a number of businesses. My husband and I started a business which is now called E-Square Group as an engineering and a project management company 22 years ago. And he was the engineer, I was a project manager, just to affirm what you were saying in terms of working as partners. And just as an example, one of the things that we have done that everybody knows about as E-Square Group, the how train stations, we did all the structural engineering and all the design that came with the how train stations. So also, I'm involved in fintech. Fintech came as a result of finding solutions to an existing problem. It was actually inspired by a gardener that worked for us for 9 years. That's a story for another day. And as you were speaking and talking about how the diaspora capital was founded, I was actually quite challenged because one of the companies that I'm involved in was a Stockfell. So it started as a Stockfell. I was invited into a Stockfell by a group of women, precisely with the same intention of putting money into a bank and sharing at the end of the month or at the end of the year or whatever it was. And I said, that's not for me. If you want me to join you, you better be doing something better than that. So we started African Women Properties. As 15 ladies, we are now 6 of us left, and we've been running it for 3 years, and we have invested into 5 properties going into 7 in 2 months. Sure. So just to also, just to affirm what you was talking about. Then as a passion on the side, I also own a small boutique hotel because I'm passionate about hospitality. And I also mentor women in business.
Thank you so much. That's beautiful. Absolutely. So my name is Lucy Piri. I'm a husband, the father of 4. I'm also a business person. Our business is split into 2. The one is mining and construction services. Construction we just started, but mining is we do contract mining for companies like Frederick Baker and Unico Corporation. So we do what is called drilling. So if we don't drill, for example, at Freda, there's no gold that comes out of that mine. Then that one is to private. Then the one that we've unbundled from the local financial services is Bridgeport Capital Group, which is a fully integrated now financial services company where we'll be offering services from savings, insurance, investments, and all the way when you pass on. So we're also a funeral service business, 21st Century Life. It's been business for probably 25 years, so we bought it 4 years ago. So we've got about 38 branches in South Africa under that company. So we do funeral services in South Africa. We also do reparations in Zimbabwe. So that is the company that we now want to scale and grow. And the only way for us to be able to do that is to get additional capital from the markets. The one thing that we'll also be doing in a couple of months is we're going to be issuing diaspora mortgages. So you as diaspora people, you'll be able to get a mortgage here in South Africa for a property in Zimbabwe, and you'll be able to pay for that property for over 20 years. So that's something that we're going to start in a couple of months post our listing. What really drives me is exactly what we're doing now, is to share, is to inspire, is to be able to assist other people to grow. So that's me.
Okay. My name is Justin Magubu, father of 4. I'm a teacher. So if you give me the platform to teach, I can spend the whole day. Okay. We are more focused on education. We build schools, both in SA and in Zimbabwe. So we build primary schools, high schools, and also tertiary centers as well. So in Gauteng, we have 10 campuses that have primary, high school, and preschool. And then in Malanga, we have 6 campuses. In Zimbabwe, that are operational, it's 5, but we are building 5 more. So we are only in education. What we do is building a school for the next generation. Our business is very clean, no stress. We build the school, they'll get in a relationship, they give babies, they give learners. So it's generational, it's something that it's stable. You won't go wrong. So we build in the urban areas, we build in the rural areas as well. Like we also recently built a school in Jewish, only 40 hectares. It was 3 months. So we expanded to Chegutu, Machine, Dindura, Nika. We are building all the schools. So we only master that model of education. So beside the education side, we also do investment. My wife is the investment manager, so she's the economist of the business. So she knows that they in and out. So we have shareholders for other schools, we have shareholders for specific schools, especially for the new schools. We started to know that last year, no, we can also invite other people to add on. So we have investors from Australia, from America that are also joining some of our schools. We also do uniform manufacturing. So all the schools will supply our uniforms. So that's my wife's department. So she makes sure that she dress our students. So besides that one, also have boarding schools. So on the boarding schools, we have farms. So we do animal husbandry, we do horticulture, we do chicken production, but to support our internal markets. Yes. So there are a lot of other related business, but our core business is education. So we take the property that we are building for the schools is property investment, because those property belong to us, to school and so we have property business, we have education business, we have manufacturing business, we have farming business. That's literally what we do.
Okay, if I had introduced these panelists myself, trust me when I say I was never going to do half the job that they just did, because they have been able to unpack what they do, the extent in which they do it, and trust me, the stories that are here are very much phenomenal. Let me start with you. The aspect of education is very critical in shaping the mindset and thereof the adults that we are going to have. Let's talk about it in nurturing students for the new era that we are in, because it's no longer your conventional type of setup, go to school, get a job, and you have succeeded in life. So how, through your business, how are you nurturing this young crop to best serve the future that is already coming, that is different from the current status?
I think education plays a very big role to who we are now.
Sure.
Because if you check in our previous education system, entrepreneurship was not part of the subject. So everyone was thinking to say, if I finish my school, I will have a car, I have a house, if my employer buy me a house. That was part of the education system. So in our approach, the first thing is, as an entrepreneur, I am the consumer of the product. My 4 kids are attending in our schools. So the dream that I have for my kids is the same dream that I have for all my clients in all these schools. What is the dream that I have for my kids? I want them, one, to take over the business when I'm no longer there. Isn't it? I want them to engage in farming. Isn't it? I want them to be technologically advanced. Isn't it? And I want them also to travel the world. So in our subjects now selection, we have entrepreneurship is our core subject.
Sure.
So every child from preschool, entrepreneurship is part of their core subject, isn't it? And then agriculture. I know we're in urban areas. They learn agriculture. We make sure that we have teachers that teach our learners agriculture. Unfortunately, due to the previous colonization history, all of us want to be in a smart environment where there are tiles, carpet, and that's why there's no money here. Money is in the production side. Farming, that's where everything is. So we don't make our schools so fancy. We make them look so productive. So they'll be having sugar cane at the back of the yard. They'll be having rabbits. They'll be having all these things. So that at least they understand to live with these things. If you have a child in a so polished environment, later on and say, go and make money in the farm. They say, no, it's dirty. You understand? So it's all about the education side. So the farming part is part of our education system. And then ICT, we have compute. This time the market is flooded with robotics and what. It's computing. Computing, robotics, just a module of computing. So from grade 1 up to A-level, every child computing is compulsory. While robotics is one of the modules. Unfortunately, the schools have realized people want robotics, so they just only market what? A module. We are not teaching a module. We are teaching the comprehensive approach because the advantage is I have done computer science. That's my degree that I managed to complete, and we follow Cambridge as our curriculum for most of us from grade 1 to grade 9, and then 10 they choose either for the local curriculum, which is CAPS, or they finish with Cambridge. In Zim, they can do ZimSec and Cambridge. So ICT is one of our core subjects. So my child can code in grade 2. They can tell you what is an algorithm, isn't it? So we don't subscribe to an elite schools. We build elite schools.
I think you just dropped your mic. Here on the They build elite schools. Man, oh man, I am just blown away by the work that you do. Allow me to come to Mother for a moment. Let's talk about strategic partnerships within your community, right? To build what you have built, because you've spoken about working with your partner. And I'm sure that is the assignment that men and women have here who are not working with their partners. We are encouraging you to work with your partner as he has spoken. So you are a living example of working with your partners, both having different and unique strengths. So how have you harnessed that to build the empire that you have?
So on our side, I like to call it whose head is it anyway? Because what normally happens is we carry the home into the business and we carry the business back home. But when we are at work, we need to know who is responsible for what. That's what I mean by whose head is it anyway. So if my husband is the CEO and I'm the financial manager, or if my husband is an engineer, I cannot tell him how to build a bridge. He knows how to do that, not me. My job is to manage the finances. If I'm managing the finances, my husband cannot treat the bank account as his piggy bank, where he can go in and take whatever he wants. So in other words, we need to know who holds which position. Depending on what is going on, whoever is holding that position leads. The other one follows. Because otherwise you keep going into each other's spaces like that. Then in terms of just collaborating and creating strategic partnerships with people, like I said, that as an example, the African women properties. I think everyone is a genius. That's what actually Einstein said. Everybody is a genius, but you cannot judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, because then the fish is going to die. So in other words, everybody has got a strength that they can bring to the table. And most of the times, when you sit and you listen, you'll be amazed what people can bring to the table. So it's just a matter of respecting the network that you have, respecting the strength that the network that brings in. And then at the same time, knowing that if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with other people. So what I've realized is that it doesn't matter what the person looks like, where they come from, what they have done, and what they've never done. When you just go into it with an open mind, it's very easy to build very strategic networks. It's very easy to build strategic businesses. I'll give you an example. When we celebrated our 20th anniversary, we ran a competition in our company to say, can you bring us fresh ideas on how we can bring this company to the next level and how we can actually make a difference into the communities. Just to give you an example, at that point in time, I think we had about 10 plus engineers in the organization. We had professional people. And we just ran this competition where people had to go and write, we put it in the hat and we read through it. I just want to challenge you, just if anybody can guess who won that competition. Was it an engineer? Was it a project manager? Who was that? Anyone can guess? General hand. It was the cleaner in the office. She brought the most amazing idea that we never got. Why? Because she was on the ground, living the experience. So when she brought something that we could go into the community and make a difference with, came from a team. So in other words, what I'm saying is, if you want to build strategic partnerships, go into it with an open mind, go into it knowing that you don't always have to be the leader. You might be the CEO in your company, but you don't always have to be the leader. Because sometimes you find that you own 100% of 100,000, but you can be in a network where you own 1% of 1 million. You choose which one you want.
I think you need to make a decision. Do you wanna own 10% of a rat or just a percent of an elephant? The choice is yours.
Can I just get something else? Also, just one more thing. I believe in the power of why. Why are you doing what you're doing? Most of us, we focus on the want. I want to do this. I want to make a cup. I want to build a cup. Why are you doing it? Why are you in that network? Why are you in that business? Why are you even going into business in the first place? Why? When you know why, the money will follow. But if you focus on what, we all want the money, don't we? Why should I give you the money? But if, in other words, you go there to solve problems, you go into business to solve problems, you go into a partnership to solve problems. When you pick a problem and you can solve it and you will bring value to people, the partnership will stick because you are focused on the most important thing, not the what.
Focus on the what? Focus on the what? Okay, so let's have some notes and assignments for today. We'll check the homework tomorrow. Focus on the what? Right. Mr. P, you've spoken about the role that women play. One, in the economic, not only firstly in the homes, but in the economic growth of our families, of our community, and therefore our country. Now, how best does someone who's in this room, who's one, an entrepreneur or in the corporate space, make sure that they bring women on the front line so that they can use what they have to better grow?
Thank you so much. So it starts again from home, and I like what she says, that sometimes we bring home to work and work to home. So we cannot be good to women at work if we're not good to our own women at home. Because most of the men are actually our leaders in business. The scale is too cheap to men. So I also want to be able to start that with an illustration. And the personal illustration is that sometime in 2009 or 2010, is my wife had to make a call in terms of change of career. So in this case, she wanted to be an SAP consultant. So what it made would be is she had to start from the bottom. So with that, it means would be the money that she was earning then was not even enough even to put fuel into the car that she was driving. Was not even enough to pay our help. So we talk about a professional that's got a degree that is changing into another career. So for us as a family was now to say, in me as men, now in me as a man, the first thing that I look at it to say, if anything was to happen to me today, if I had to die today, who is the best person to look after our kids? It's my wife. So if she's disempowered in terms of career, she's disempowered in terms of the economics of the house, would be disempowering my own family. So the first thing that we need to do before we even go to work would be, are we empowering our own partners in terms of what they really want to do themselves? Because sometimes we don't ask us that. All we do is is let's do this, and you must follow. So encouraging our community at the home is very critical, and to give it classes number 2, my wife is now, I think I should go back to school. And I says, okay, so what do you want to start? So now I want to do an MBA. Now the MBA she wants to do is about $500,000. I says, that's too much money. I says, it's not too much money. This is an investment. Go and do it. So first we have to empower our women back home, because that is your 50%. Yeah. So when we empower those women at home, it naturally becomes easier for us to do empowerment at work. So at work it means would be when opportunities are coming is you don't wear those biased lenses where if there's an interview and a man and a woman apply for that job, is you are not considering it on gender, you're not considering on capability. Number 2, also because you know that women generally were disadvantaged, is you also need to have those lenses to be able to say, this person is going to, they need to be empowered. So there's that element where we need to strategically be intentional about empowering women at work, and also giving them an opportunity to lead. Because sometimes you can put someone in a position, but you're not letting them lead. So I'm glad that is very clear in terms of which head a wife or his wife wears, to say, well, she's an investment manager. She knows the finances. I can be the person that knows how to structure properties and what. But she's the one that's got an eye to say, I don't think we need to build another school. Our cash flow is not right. We need to bring other investors. I'm quite sure that she's the one that says, let's bring other people for us to scale this. Because her lens is, we're stretched, bring partners so that we can scale. And we don't need own each school 100%. What we are owning 100% is sufficient.
I think from here you will host a master class with your partner and empowering women. Would we want that master class, gentlemen? Yes. You shall work with Tatinda. Where is he? To host that master class on empowering the family. Jokes aside, empowering the family. That master class is on you. The venue will be one of your schools. We'll try and make it cost effective as much as possible.
Sure, maybe it's the other way around. Maybe she's the one that needs to hold the master. She's the one that's
She will be the class monitor. The assignment is on the same to make sure that the assignment is carried through. Mr. T, you're in the insurance space. And one of the experiences that I have heard through conversation is how people think insurance is a scam at times. And I had the opportunity to sit with one guy from Zimbabwe. He works for Satib Insurance Brokers, and he was saying insurance is one tool that can be used for wealth preservation. Now, so for people that are on the entrepreneurial journey, running their businesses, how can they incorporate insurance to protect their wealth and grow their investments?
Yeah, so thank you. Before I answer you, next month, I think end of next month, I'm attending a seminar business in Indaba, and I'll be taking my wife. Yes.
Hashtag go with your partner.
Yeah, so you're correct. So basically, the general public, they perceive insurance as scammers. To say insurance people are just after our money, and then in the event of a claim, people assume or think that if I get a claim, first thing I look at reasons for not paying claim, which I believe it's not the correct one. But it emanates from the mainly due to the fact that the general public, they lack the insurance knowledge. That's how again you find that the FSCA, they focus on educating the public and also monitoring insurance companies and brokers to ensure that we focus on consumer protection and treating customers fairly. So from the insurance perspective, so myself, I'm mainly from the short-term side, as opposed to other long-term investments. So my license only for short-term insurance. So from the short-term perspective, if you're running a business or you own maybe your personal assets or business assets, that's my focus. So if you take out your insurance for your assets, then you are protecting it against what unforeseen perils, like your theft, fire, and so forth. And again, that's what gives you peace of mind to focus on the business. As opposed to say, one, you have a business to run, then two, again, one, you say, hey, if this happens, what's going to happen? If there's steam a truck, if there's a fire, burglary, what's going to happen? So once you take out your insurance, then you focus on the what? On the business. And also, we also provide insurance for regulation compliance. Like for instance, for contractors in the construction business, before you do a project or you get a tender from the city of Tshwane or any municipality, they want you to have performance guarantees as well as your contractor's insurance. So that's a requirement by the employer. So we also provide that. Yeah. And just to add on that again, I've faced some challenges, like you said, scammers. Because being a foreigner in South Africa, obviously being Zimbabwean, like I use Zimbabweans. So getting the first client was very difficult. Sure. I'll call a client. My name is Tapera. From my company, then, our email address is first name, then Allman Chris. So I had to change my team at it's Allman Chris. So the rest is first name, then the company name. Mainly for that reason. And then most of my employees, they are locals. Why? For the reason, I did that as a strategic move. Sure. First for the language. Sure. Because I've seen that most of our clients, personal lines clients, they prefer their own language. Mm-hmm. If I call a client, I can't like communicate conversation, maybe Zulu, Sotho, and so I have the right people in the forefront. Yes. So we do a call center which focuses on mainly it's our personal lines and other what business. And then myself now, I do the corporate clients, of which corporate clients like Vusi said earlier on. I got them. Hi, I'm Chapera Matema. I'm from Zimbabwe. And that one I don't like. It's very straightforward. Yeah. And again, I've noticed that with corporate clients, they don't mind about that. Yes. What they want is, are you providing the products they need, the services, and are you talking sense? As opposed to the what? To those personalized clients. Yeah. I've also noted that most clients that give you like stress are those clients that pay yes. Those ones are very good at stressing, but unfortunately, we have to deal with them. Yes. And other challenges I've also noted it's you know, the locals, they're kind of they feel entitled. Sure. And this can I say environment, they've corrupted them from grassroots levels. So they've that like I know my rights. Yeah. I've been to CCMA a couple of times just for the experience. So they think that CCMA is there for them to protect them. If a case goes there, automatically they want their right. They have some employees related to CCMA. This is not an employer, is doing what you think that they're important in South Africa. Already, I did that on So basically, doing business in foreign land, it's quite challenging. But anyway, we need to solve up the stock and we'll get there. And we are progressing quite positively. Yeah, basically, that's it.
Sure. One of the things that I picked up from your response is that bring different, and it also confirms with what we cited in this presentation, to say have different people for different things. At times it's nothing personal, it's business. It's simply being strategic about it and putting the right people in the right position so that the investment grows, the business grows, and is able to expand. Moving,
Can I come in on the other part?
okay, please.
So the other part which is only the long term, is the life, where we're not speaking about wealth creation and legacy.
Sure.
So I think that one is very critical, especially for people that will get most time. So if you look at, you say you've got 1,000 rand, there's little that you can do in terms of investment with 1,000 rand for it to grow to 10 million over, say, 30 years. But you as an individual promoter, most of us here in 30 years, maybe half of this class in 30 years, they would be here. That's reality because we are all in our late 40s and 50s and so on. So we need to use life cover as an instrument of wealth creation for the next generation. So meaning that would be, I've got 4 kids. If I've got a life cover of 10 million, I pay it, and if the Lord gives me life up to 7 or 8, I keep on paying it. And if I can't afford to pay it, I give them as a legacy thing to say, keep on paying this. It's an asset in your hands because when I dive in at 80, you are starting at a position where you've got 4 or 5 million into this value. So that's one thing that we as Black people don't fully understand, that wealth creation is created intergenerational. So what we are creating now, what we've created now, and I want to give a story of coming back to my brother here. Our kids were not even be interested in running what we are running. And that's the nature of actually succession planning, because the nature of succession planning is not to say my kids must do what I'm doing, but rather to say, can they sustain and grow the family wealth into the next generation, the next generation, the next year. And the example there is, for example, from the Oppenheimers. So the father started in diamonds. Now they're completely out of diamonds. Now they are into different areas completely. So the kids exited diamonds completely. So wealth is created intergenerational. It can be created by entrepreneurial, which is the toughest bit. But over and above that will be, it can be created via insurance, whether you're an entrepreneur or a professional person. And by being strategic and be able to say, when my kids turn 18, I want them to have a life cover. That life cover, if anything happens to them, must pay into a trust. That trust is with rules. The rules would be, if any one of our family members, we can borrow from the trust, but we can not exhaust the money. So it also removes those things, because when people always think, because I'm surviving a 50 million life cover, I don't know who I am. Tell you, we've got a 50 million. Wow, so don't tell you. Tell you. Because when women that have been married with them, so tell him that I've got a life cover that is worth 50 million, but it's not paid into a trust. When we pay it to a trust, will be, you can only withdraw 1%. So they know that, wow, this thing is there's no point in it. So life cover, it's a powerful instrument about setting up our kids. Because that 1,000, sometimes we might not get 1,000 to invest, but maybe we take that 500 rand and put it into a life cover. Don't cancel it when you can't afford, when you're going to retirement, whatever the case may be. Give it to your kids to say, here's a piece of paper, keep on paying this thing. The day that I pass on the bucket, and this is what people do. In the estates that we are staying, you are surprised to see people that are aged 30, aged 40, and they say, where did these people get the money? It's because of these instruments. The grandpa, they took up cover and they put in a trust for their grandkids. The parents are no longer paying fees because the fees not being paid by the trust.
Sure. Okay, so don't kill your partner over 1% every month, or however it's going to be distributed. Thank you so much for that insightful highlight. Jeremiah, you in the finance space. And one of the challenges that African businesses and entrepreneurs incur is that financial management is very poor, and hence our businesses are not generational and legacy. So from your perspective, as someone who's been a banker and a financial risk manager, how can Blacks, sorry, for lack of a better word, can we improve on that aspect? Because we have the right ideas, but that aspect usually then causes a domino effect of the death of the work that would have been put in.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think there is always a room for improvement in everything. So I think the starting point would be at home. Like, are we talking about finances at home and how to handle it, and how to create wealth as well? Because, for example, when I started my professional career, I think I was fortunate because I was in a very white-dominated environment, and I was a bit late as well because I was around 26, 27, and generally you start around 22, 23.
Sure.
Yeah, but I'm that person as well who learn a lot from informal discussions. So when you gather maybe at lunch or informal setup, then people start talking. Okay, I've got this insurance product, or I've got this investment product. And now this is like a 22-year-old talking about investment vehicles and the assets that they own. But you are already 27 and you have got nothing. You are actually playing, you are playing a catch-up game. Because unfortunately, what they call black checks as well. You want to look after yourself. You also want to look at other people, behind you. And that taught me a very big lesson in terms of how can I change my financial circumstances. And I also worked with this guy. He was an associate director then, and I was a manager in a team. And this guy was saying, okay, we are 5 of us, and we are investing in properties. We buy properties, and in 5 years' time, our goal is to have 15 properties. Yeah. Then that changed also my perspective about investments. Then I went and there are 2 guys that are also here in South Africa. We come from the same area in Zimbabwe. So we do like family meetings like once a month in Bryant, etc. So I went to them and I said, okay guys, I've got this idea. I don't know what we're gonna do with the money, but can we open a joint account, an Absa bank account? Then let's all put like 3,000, 4,000 a month. And then after a year or 2, then we'll see what we can do with the money.
Sure.
Yeah, then we started saving some 15 years ago. We started putting in money. Then unfortunately, it will happen. One of the partners, then he decided at some point, because at that point, he didn't also have a primary residence. So at some point, he said, okay, can I borrow some money from the club, from the kid? I want to buy my residential estate to build his own personal home. So we thought, okay, it was an understandable situation. We extended a hand. Yeah, then we charged a nominal rate, interest rate, to return to the kitty. Then the second time, then he came back now and he says, no, he wants to buy, he saw another land and he wants to buy it for his investment. Then we said, no, but this is now conflicting, the whole idea of the team. Then he decided to leave. Then we do the calculations, how much was the book it was worth, and how much it was, due to him. Then we paid him out. Then in that same month as well, then me and my partner, we bought our first property. So we had quite substantial money. So we paid about 75% of the purchase price. We paid cash. Then yeah, 3 years down the line, then we bought our second property, then our third, our fourth. Then these are in the a property company with my co-director. Then I also realized that my wife was not heavily involved in running this company. So it was only me and the co-director running all these things. Then 3 years ago, I sat down with my wife and we decided to buy 2 properties outside this vehicle with my co-director. And my wife runs almost everything. She only comes to me to consult, okay, what do we do here? We've got this, we've got this. And I look at it as a way of empowering as well.
Sure.
Right, so that from a financial education, from a wealth creation, that's the side. But from a financial, day-to-day financial management as entities or as entrepreneurs, because it is quite different. You can have an entrepreneurial idea, but obviously there are skills that you may be lacking, and you need to be able to outsource those skills and also do self-learning as well, because you are the entrepreneur, even whilst you are outsourcing, but you should at least know the basics as well, how to do it. And these days, there are a lot of softwares, off-the-shelf softwares, cheap softwares, that one can buy to ensure that the financial records are in order.
Sure. Thank you so much. Guys, work with your partners. Just as a follow-up, right? Allow me to ask this. Not everyone in this room is an entrepreneur. And that's okay, because not everyone is an entrepreneur. And that's fine, right? Let's talk about hedging financial risk for people that are in the corporate space. I remember the first time I left my job, this whole thing of 6 months, I just said, no, I don't want it again. As much as I studied finance, I made an emotional decision, not a finance decision. So some may not leave like I did. Some may decide, may be fired or retrenched or unforeseen circumstances. How can then they hedge financial risk such that after their loss of employment or something happens to their physique, maybe they're an engineer and they can't walk anymore and now it affects their work, how can they hedge risk and cover themselves in the future as far as finances are concerned?
Okay. I just want to say the answer that I'm giving you here, it's my personal opinion. I'm not a financial services registered advisor. Just to be clear.
Yeah.
But I think there are a lot of things that we can do. For example, I think Fusi has spoken to some of the arrangements that one can put in place to ensure that they are well taken care of in the rainy days. And there are a lot of vehicles in terms of saving money. And I think these days as well, it's now more easier than before. Because, for example, before you would need a broker to go and invest on the JSC, a complicated broker. But right now it's quite easier. And all the banks, for information purposes, most of the banks are brokers. So the fact that you own a bank account with your bank, you can actually go and trade on JSC through them. And there are also simpler products, investment products, for example, exchange traded funds, those that one can actually do without really incurring a lot of money from a cost perspective. Those are very low cost investment vehicles that can allow one to go and invest even a 500 Rand a month. You can invest in equity through those low cost financial vehicles.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just to add on that, you mentioned that you're working, then you become incapacitated.
Yeah.
So you can check that life policy. you need a component for disability,
Sure.
which covers you for permanent disability or temporary disability.
Sure.
And also there's a loss of income component which comes with it.
Can I come in? So, I hope that most of us are Christians here. So I think it's in Ecclesiastes 7, if I'm not mistaken, 6, that says that a man, as in man and woman, must have up to 7 sources of income. So the Bible is very clear in terms of what needs to be done, first and foremost. Besides, before we go to insurance, that we have to have multiple lines of income, even at an entrepreneurial level. So with my financial services, within financial services, we've got the life company, the funeral company, with the pharmacies, they failed, we closed them down. So you have to have multiple sources of income, even as a professional. So the easiest one, starts from home, is your partner working. Not working for a company, but even is your partner doing other things. So that's very critical, because if, and I always, that's your 50%. If your 50% is just home sitting and looking after kids, that's not, I'm not saying it's bad, but you're not, most of us men, we put ourselves in those positions because we think that's what we should do. So we need to start from home and be able to say, partner, is what do you want to do? I'll tell you, my wife is a professional, but she's also selling millimeter, like what do you call it, munga, whatever. And she's got a very niche clientele, because a millimeter being done by I'm now marketing. Being done, a millimeter is done by a sister in Bocha, and she's got a niche clientele where now she's when it comes. From there, she's earning between 10 to 15,000. But of course, that money is for a sister. But imagine if she was not working and she's just sitting at home, and her business is just to say, sister in Zimbabwe, put me in the mail and I'll sell it. So it's important for us to have multiple sources of income, because we don't know what calamity might befall us. That's what God says. Yeah. Then, of course, then you bring the issues to do with insurance. Then the second one will be, we must discern. Again, I'll use myself as an example. During that period of 2009, maybe to 2014, our finances were such that we're living on one income. So meaning that the other income is we're investing it, creating other sources of, so we're putting into properties. We're putting into moments, we're putting into this, we're putting into this, we're putting this. When the dry season comes, which it will come, ask anyone, the dry season will always come. Then you can take back and say, oh, but we have got 50 mombe. Well, we keep the mombe for you. So I've got mombes that are being kept by the company. So I just say, okay, I need 60,000 rand. Can I withdraw 60,000 rand? Or you've got shares on easy equities, or you've got this or that. So every one of us, we must look at would be, how can I build a multi-income structure, whether as a professional or as a business people? Because that's what God says. So if you're not doing that, it's your own funeral. We'll bury you.
Let me come to just to add to what he's saying. You know, sometimes when we are hearing insurance, we're hearing all sorts of invest and do this. I think some of us are sitting and thinking, I'm hardly making it on a day-to-day basis. How then do I then have money to save, money to invest, money to do ABCD? Trust me, you do have it.
You have it.
You have it. And let me qualify that. You know, a lot of us, we work and we accumulate stuff. And I call it stuffices. We all suffer from stuffices. So we accumulate stuff. We want to drive the nice car. We want to dress nicely. We want to do all sorts of things. Basically, if you just go into your home right now, go back home, challenge yourself. Sit back, look at your house and say, do I really need all of this? You don't. Trust me, you don't. In my introduction, I said that I own a small boutique hotel. God blessed us with a beautiful big house. Our children are grown. They are going, they are gone out of the door. And one day I was lying in this big house. And I'm thinking, when else was I on the visitors wing? I don't remember. And I sat and I said, why am I eating into my retirement by putting money into domestos, putting money into handy, having 2 maids to look after 2 people? Who does that? So basically what I'm saying is it doesn't matter what you have and what you don't have. When you sit back, when you really look into it, do you need 10 pairs of shoes? You could cut down on how many shoes you buy. You could cut down on how many jackets you buy. And you delay your gratification for the long haul. So you could be saving 200 rand. I've got someone that I was sitting with yesterday, a white lady. She said that I didn't have money. So when my child was born, I was putting away 200 rand a month. And then as I got more money, I started upping that amount. The child is now 29. And this woman has saved 600,000 rand for this child. So that's somewhere.
There's no excuse.
There's no excuse.
Yeah, there were times I was in church at the back of the church and praying to God and say, wow, this money is not enough. But still we're investing. So, and investing does not start when you've got excess cash. Because you never have excess cash. So if you call me to say, guys, give me 100,000 for a loan, you'll be surprised that actually my bank balance is actually negative, my own personal bank balance. So the money that you see from entrepreneurs sitting on an Excel on a balance sheet, but we can leverage on it. So if I really want to say my kid needs to go to this particular school, I'm able to send them because I can say, well, sell me 10K to and I'll pay the money at St. John's. So all of us, we can start from somewhere. And to your point is simple things like wait on Saturdays. Read. Don't be lazy. Go and now there's the AI. Go to GPT and say, I want to start saving. I've heard about easy equities. I heard about Saturdays. Where can I put my money? So simplest one is to put it in these buckets where don't look up at SASO or this thing. Just take a NASDAQ 1000, NASDAQ 100. NASDAQ 100 is got the biggest 100 companies in the world. So you can start with that. Then you know that there's Microsoft, there's Apple, there's Nvidia, all the biggest companies in the world, they're part of that. And you can put 100 rand. 100 rand, 100 rand, 100 rand. And I'll tell you one last story would be, within that bit, I did that for my 4 kids for about 6 years. I was putting like 500 rand, then sometimes I put 1,000, whatever. In totality, that money came to about 1 million rand. And I borrowed from them for business now. Then I said, well, let me borrow from my own children.
Sure.
Start from home. Your kids, these things that we're talking about with me, what are you doing with your kids? My kids, when they turn 10 years, everyone at 10 years, they get a bank account. They get a card. When we go for Christmas, whatever, for shopping, I put money into their cards. And when they were young, we go to Woolies. They would run around and go ask us, say, Daddy, Mom, this one is 600 rand. How much money do I have? You go 600 rand. I want to buy maybe it's too expensive. So you start to teach them how to use their phone. So your kids, even if you're putting them 50 rand or 20 rand, you say, I've opened the account for you. The beauty about those accounts, you can open fees. Put the 20 rand that you give as an allowance or the 30 rand, let them to start to manage their finances.
Thank you so much. The panel has unpacked quite a lot, and I'm looking at our time. We have run out of time. However, we were supposed to have a question and answer session. We're going to have it at the end. So whatever question you have, I know there's a fire burning inside you, but just hold on to them for a moment and then I'll just 1 minute, literally 1 minute closing remarks. There's 5 minutes. If you do more than 1 minute, you are affecting your next partner. And by the time we get to it, maybe they want to be time. So 1 minute each, and then we move on to the next item on the program. Your minute starts now.
Okay, cool. I think for me is that don't focus on changing the environment. Look at the low-hanging fruits and start doing something about it.
Thank you.
And then from my side, either being employed or being an entrepreneur, let's say, from an employment perspective, I know it's difficult to save, right? Given the tax and other factors. So when you get paid, first thing, save, and then you spend later on.
Sure.
I'll go back to what I said earlier on, the power of why. Why are you doing whatever it is that you're going to do? When you know why you're doing it, you'll be more focused.
Sure.
And also, if you want to go into business, solve the problem. Don't focus on the money. The money will follow.
Start with your family. Everything that you want to do, start your family, your kids, your wife, start from home. Then you need my home at that time.
Okay, thank you very much. I can safely say some of you may have paper issues to acquire properties. The banks, they don't have appetite to give you a foreign national. There is what you call a Land Allocation Act, whereby you can buy a property in 5 years, pay installment. So that's another avenue that you can use to buy properties. So it's special for the business. They have appetite for a certain amount of properties. But when you're going very big, they no longer have an appetite. So you can use the Land Allocation Act to buy a lot of properties. You pay installment, pay deposit, and pay for 5 years. You don't have interest, and then so that's another. The last one is let's invest back home. And the first asset that you have is your village land. You are looking for somewhere to start with. Your village land is worthwhile. I traveled to Kanyemba looking for land, only to come back to my village to realize my parents have bigger land. I can do more project on my father's land without incurring a bigger capital. Let's invest in Zim. Zim gonna be the bread basket of Africa. So let's push our investment there and let's make the change that we want. Let's not do, we're not political. We are business people. We can make the Zimbabwe that we want if we can make a consent decision now. 10 years from now, who the captain of the industry. So let's go and put our hands on the ground in the investment, not the politics. The political guys let them go, but on the business side, let's go and hold a stake. There's a lot of development that is taking place in Zim, if you don't know. People are building a lot. So I'm saying from experience, I'm there, I'm on the ground. I've invested 10 years ago. I'm on the ground building every day. So my encouragement, let's invest in our country.
Thank you so much. That was the first panel of the day, and I am certain that you are feeling Maviravira from my voice. So thank you so much for your time. We're moving on to a short break. Thank you so much. Maybe we can have a photo op. Camera, please just take a picture of the panel. We can stand here, and then we'll get on to the to the break.
Chest up.
Just a second. Yeah.
I was busy I don't even know. Don't buy free, don't buy free.
I'll need
What happened when you?
and I will connect.
Because I saw you did somehow.
I just connected, so I think I need to call. Yo, much good.
By far.
Now,
Do you want to connect to Zoom?
No, not Zoom. Not Zoom. We just need to present here on the screen. For some reason, it's not.
Hello, Jean-Luc speaking. Hello? You're in here. All right, no problem. You're welcome.
It was showing before, but
I wonder what happened now. Oh, yeah, Asante.
No, he's here.
Oh, he's here. Oh,
He's here.
I didn't see him coming in.
Oh.
I didn't see him.
Okay.
Everybody wants to be like you.
That one doesn't want you. See that one?
So this one is the one that's not picking up.
Get that out.
Our round.
Quick, quick, quick.
So what's not picking up? This one.
Yeah, maybe this one. This one just plug it. I asked him, damn it, remote is it?
talks now, other people are saying, can I invest in a physical? Can I rather buy in a don't want to involve day-to-day learning of because yeah, sometimes it does stress. It's like the beginning of this month, I had water in two of my. So the first one was from a guy upstairs. So the guy upstairs, the tap, the leak underneath. So it leaked directly into my exhaust pipe. Yeah. The second one, it was actually a leak from my apartment that there's an elbow underneath the shower. Then that leaked.
Alright, I'll start to improvise for a moment. Thank you for joining us once again. Please feel free to refill your coffees as we are having our session. Once again, thank you to our panelists of the first panel discussion. So right about now, I'm going to call on stage Mr. Bruce to give us his presentation on investing wisely. Mastering humanity. Please come on stage and just take us away.
Thank you. So I think on your brochures the title is what? Managing finances and wise.
Yes.
When I spoke to he said I must make it my own topic. I had to change it a little bit, and it's mastering your money, practical steps to smart investment and financial satisfaction. I didn't want to go with the word freedom after financial. I know most people use the word financial freedom, but rather let's not go that far. For now, let's just stick to satisfaction. So, my name is Bruce Willie, as said. My background is in financial services. I started off with central banking, then moved to corporate finance advisory. From there, I went into development finance. And after a while, I decided, let me try something new. Then went into private equity and private debt. And then again, I said, what's missing? And it was all about chasing satisfaction, career satisfaction. And I realized, no, I think venture capital is missing in my career. And then I went into venture capital. So currently, I'm in the venture capital space. I'm with two outfits actually in the venture capital space. Firstly, with the Empowerment Capital Investment Partners, which we set up 7 years ago, and we've been investing since 2019. And just recently, which is as from last year, we set up another fund, which we call Epic Ventures. There are reasons why we decided to do that. I won't go into that today. But parallel to that as well, parallel to the venture capital career, I'm I'm involved in a company called Blackleaf Capital Partners, and that's a boutique corporate finance advisory firm. What we do mainly there is advise on work to individuals, corporates, state-owned entities, municipalities, and so forth. And the biggest theme, I think, out of that entity is capital raising. So we do help corporates, individuals who want to raise capital for their projects, and so forth, to package their ideas so that they become attractive to the providers of capital. And we do the networking, do the presentations of the engagements to the capital allocators, help with the negotiations, because we have realized that entrepreneurs are good at what they do. They are good at developing products, or solving problems, but they do lack the expertise in trying to maybe obtain a good deal with the providers of capital. And we have tried to close that gap by providing niche advisory services to the various capital seekers. But anyway, back to the presentation. In fact, my job has been made easier by the previous speakers, Mr. Vusi, the panel, and what I'm just going to do is to rehash what we have heard already, and bring in a bit of structure to what has been spoken about. And I think my brother there, Vusi, did a good financial decision when he said his daughter, who is in matric, hired a dress for the matric dance. I was stupid enough. We didn't hire a dress. We decided to actually buy one. Or actually not buy. Is it buying ladies, or when you go to a designer, you ask the designer to design one for you? So we asked the designer to design one for my daughter, and we have to pay for that. And they charge an arm and a leg. And that's not a good financial decision. In hindsight, that's really a bad idea. But she's going to use it once, and maybe wait for a sister to use it again, which will be probably 5 years' time. In between, she can decide to hire it out, but there's only matric dance is only done once a year, right? So the inflows, so your outlay, for argument's sake, I'll put it as 10K for that dress. You outlay 10K today, but hiring it out, you get 2,000, probably 3,000 annually. So your payback period already is not that good. It doesn't look that good. So that's a big lesson. Anyway, so this is what we're going to be talking about. And the content of this presentation actually is based on my experience, personal experience, as well as the field of other people that I do work with, what I've seen in the market, and also what I've read about, what I've also been exposed to in other parts of my career. So to start, this is the outline, but I'll quickly jump, maybe let's go to the first one, which is, let's make it personal. And I would like us to start with the 6 pillars of personal financial management. And this is where it starts, right? We have heard everything starts from the family. It starts in the family. It starts with your partner, with your kids, and so forth. So in these pillars will guide us in our journey to financial satisfaction and in our journey to be able to invest wisely. So the first pillar is let's know what our income is. Let's know what our expenditure is, our expenses. Where do we spend our money? How much do we spend? And for what? And this is your foundation actually for financial awareness. It's not about how much you earn, it's about what you do and what you earn. And as they always say, what gets measured gets managed. If you don't measure, how do you then manage what you are earning? And we have been privileged to have a number of tools and apps that we can use to track our expenses. You can be as basic as possible and just use your Excel spreadsheets. Just jot down what you spend your money on and see what is left after your expenses. How much do you allocate for investments and so forth and so forth. And there are also apps. There's an app called Vault 22. I think you can go to your App Store or Google Store. You should find it. And yeah, you can use it for managing your personal finances. And then pillar 2, our budgeting. And you should always budget like a boss. What I mean by that is, now you are allocating your income to the various expenses that we have identified. As a guideline, you will talk to financial advisors in the market, whether it's Sangam, Momentum, or whatever. They will always talk about the 50%, 30%, and 20%. And what that means is 50% of your income should go towards your needs, 30% towards your wants, and 20% towards savings, investments, and debt repayment. You will find that in most cases, and many of us, probably we've got a 95% towards our needs. But when you look closely, they are not even needs, but we've made them to look like needs. So that all I'm saying is here is we need to look closely on what we're spending our money on and properly categorize our expenditure so that you leave room for savings, for investments. I think the common message we get from people is, I don't have anything to save. Where do I get the money to save? Where do I get money to put in an investment account? But it's because we are failing to categorize our expenses, our expenditure. There's something called lifestyle inflation. When you get more income, you match it with the expenses. Every time you get a raise, you fully spend that amount, forgetting that you were surviving on a lower income level. And we should always try and avoid that. Where we always try and match our income with our expenses. And the other thing is we've got also a lot of leakages, and we need to identify those leakages. Let's identify the leaks and shut those leaks as quickly as possible. As you know, a small leak on a ship can actually drown the entire ship. And if you don't do that, you're gonna drown. So the common theme that I have had since the beginning of involving family, and the message that I want to put across is let's treat family as a business as well, and let's manage family as a business. But I would like to discourage you, especially guys, don't open multiple branches. That's a big leap. That's a big leap. So be intentional about every rand that we earn. Make sure it goes for the right purpose and you use it for the right things. Budgeting is empowerment. It's actually not a And then pillar number 3, build an emergency fund. And we know life is very unpredictable. Every day we face new challenges and anything can happen anytime. So say that a job loss should not be catastrophic. We know it's painful, but it should not be catastrophic financially. Maybe a broken car, you hit a pothole on your way home, 2 tires are gone. And that's, in many cases, it sets you back big time. Or you now have to run around, go to machinistas to look for money to try to buy two tires if you don't have a vehicle. So we should always try to have an emergency fund which acts as your financial airbag. We call it a financial airbag. It's your financial shock absorber in cases where you have emergencies. And always trying to put this fund, that emergency fund, put it in a liquid account that is easily accessible, but don't be tempted to access it willy-nilly, even if there's no emergency. And don't try and categorize a word. You out one night with the boys. The club is kicking. And you realize, oh, for me, maybe to be looked at as somebody who is doing well in life, I must buy a bottle of cognac. And immediately, with our smartphones, you transfer money from your investment account into your check account so that you are able to, you see that as an emergency. That is it. I had to be seen. I had to step in. That's not an emergency. That's not an emergency at all. And we must resist the temptation.
They're not going to the bar.
Don't go to the
So there are 2 types of debt, and this is now pillar number 4. There's good debt and bad debt. Good debt, you are required to maybe get assets that generate income. You are required to, as a study loan, to improve yourself. So you actually improve yourself so that you have better earning potential in the future. And then there's bad debt. You borrow to spend on trips to the restaurants every week or every weekend. In fact, there's a new trend in town where guys go to these high-end restaurants or places. They're not even using their credit cards for that. They have their names written down. They run a bill. They run a bill, and at the end of the month, he comes and settles. Probably it's now 40,000 that he expects. Settles that. Then he opens another one. And that's quite catastrophic. It's a path to self-destruction. And that's bad debt. And once we have gotten the debt, and we know it's inevitable, particularly in an economy like South Africa, you need a credit history, you need to take loans, and things like that. But always remember, or employ smart strategies in paying down the debt that they've acquired. So there are two main strategies that you can use. There's one called the snowball strategy. So you look at your loans, you look at the one with, you rank them from lowest balance to maximum, and start paying the loans with the lowest balances first. Why? It gives you momentum. And you feel satisfied that I've achieved something, and you move on to the next until you've gotten to the one with the highest balance. So that's one strategy that you can use. And the second strategy, which I prefer, is the avalanche method. And what does that entail? You look at your pricing for all the loans that you have got. Because you would have acquired these loans at different times. Your credit quality deteriorates with time as well. So you may find, or it improves, depending on how best you are managing your finances. But you always find that your loans don't have the same price. And with this method, you settle the one with the highest interest rate first, coming down to the one with the lowest interest rate. By so doing, you are saving yourself on interest. If you leave the loan with the highest interest rate, it just adds more interest onto that loan. It will take you time to actually settle them. So the main message here is that is a tax on your future. The interest steals your future choices, and it burdens you. It reduces your disposable income as you move along. I think this has been spoken about before, which is pillar number 5. You need to automate your savings and investments. I think most people, what they do is they don't automate. They spend and spend and spend and spend and say, oh, what's left now? How much can I put aside? It doesn't work. It will never work. So you need to treat your savings or mandatory premium investment accounts as a bill. For your budget, pillar number 2, you need actually to make it regarded as a bill that you need to pay every month. So automate, I think most banking platforms now have got what are called scheduled payments. So you could actually go onto your banking account, you schedule a payment. So you schedule a payment from your check account to an investment account. You don't need to think about it every month. So automatically, as soon as your salary or whatever income hits your bank account, automatically gets deducted and goes into your investment account. As simple as that. You don't have to do the maths and see what's left for you to invest and so on. So automation is about discipline. It builds that discipline and it creates a good habit. And this is one of the most important ones, right? Pillar number 6. You need to protect yourself. You need to take insurance. So whatever income that you are generating, whether it's a salary or selling something and so forth, you need to protect it. And you can only protect your income through insurance. So you need to have income protection. I think if you talk to team ups, we will tell you about income protection products. You need to think about medical aid. Don't be that guy who says, I grew up in the rural areas and we never had medical aid. And God has been protecting us since I was a child. So why now would I need medical aid? So, because life happens, eh? You may be involved in a traffic accident, and that can wipe out all your savings instantly. And you may even end up getting into debt to try and pay the medical bills. So your medical aid is important. Your life cover, I think that was spoken about. Life cover is required. I was talking to another gent the other day, and he was just mourning about his circumstances. He said to me, the only thing that I have, if I die today, that I can live for my kids is my life cover. And which is true. Which is true. It's something that you can leave your kids, whoever is remaining behind, your family, your spouse. They can access that life cover and start from somewhere. So let's say you don't have much to invest, save, put into businesses, but surely you can afford life cover. Doesn't need thinking, it doesn't need managing on a daily basis. We just, it's 300, 500, whatever it is, going towards your life cover. And probably it's a 10 million cover. You know, on your very first born, the family will have access to that amount. And while we at this, please, let's have a go. Each one of us. Each one of your will is very important. I don't know about you, but I've been exposed to situations where we have people pass on without a will. And I don't know, it seems a bit, I think it's less of a big issue, but this side, it is a big problem. If you pass on without a will, a big problem for your family to access whatever your estate or your passport. It will take several years. So let's have a will. Again, these days we've got access to these things. Using my smartphone, I can generate a will immediately. Go to on any banking platform. There's an option to alternate your will. You can access other service providers as well that have got digital wills. So there's no excuse actually really why not to have one. And the same applies to our spouses as well. I know in many communities it's always about the guys. The father should have a will. But the wills are so important, they go both ways. Whether you are young, you are old, you still need one. In my personal experience, somebody who was very close to me passed on, and this year, I think it's 6 years now. Passed on without a will. It's the 6th year, and the family has not been able to access the estate. That's how they became. We don't want that. Okay, so the second part then is about investing. We've spoken about the 6 pillars of personal financial management. But now we can move on to the investing part. And number one, we need to understand risk and reward. And we also need to know our financial goals. Always have financial goals. And you can categorize them into short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals. And then come up with instruments to match, financial instruments to match your goals. And you should also know your appetite, your risk appetite. Are you somebody who has got a higher risk appetite or low risk appetite? And then devise investment strategies around your your appetite. If you are somebody who wants cash in the short term, say up to a year, the money market is a good investment space for you because you can easily access that funding. Say you're selling for school fees or you're selling for an event, a wedding that is going to happen in a few months' time. You can go with the money market that is short term. If you're looking for medium term, up to 3 years, possibly, you can put your money into unit trusts or you can put them in ETFs and things like that. Platforms like Easy Equities, the Subsheets. There's also now Easy Properties. So there's no excuse for anyone not to own property. And we are not talking about owning property that you stay in. Robert Kiyosaki actually argues that the property that you stay in is not an asset. Because it's not generating any income. All it is doing to you is just giving you satisfaction. And if you are somebody who is planning for the long term, then that's when you start thinking about equities, shares, and property. And then there's this eighth wonder of the world. They call it the eighth wonder of the world, which is compounding. The power of compounding or compound interest. So if you put money in an investment account and it earns interest on interest, that is called compounding. And if you start early, you're going to also see significant returns. For example, 1,000 a month in an investment account that gives you 12% a year is equal to about 3.5 million in 10 years. So it's not about the size of the investment you are making, but it's about starting early. And I think the problem that we always have is we all want to win a lotto. We just want big sums in one shot. But that's not the the chances of us winning a lotto is very slim. So the bottom line, let's start early and enjoy the benefits of compounding. And then we can talk about the different investment options. And I think the message here is we should always match our risk appetite, like I said before, with our personal goals. So there are financial instruments or investment options that are low risk. There are those that have got medium risk, and there are also some with high risk. So you should always try and see what kind of a person are you in terms of risk appetite. What are you actually planning for? What is your goal? And try to match those. Investment accounts will give you between 5 and 7% on average. And these are ideal for emergencies, for your emergency fund. Unit trust, property for medium risk and also for your medium term goals, possibly for long term growth. And we then have high risk and high reward opportunities. And here we're talking about the shares, the business ventures, the entrepreneurs. That's where they're sitting. High risk, high reward. And most people are then, I think they're afraid actually to go towards the far right. But that's the most rewarding part. Diversification. I think this is one of the primary principles in investing. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. And try and have a balanced portfolio. In terms of the instruments that we are investing in. in terms of the geographies where you're investing in, as well as the currencies that we are investing in. Yes, it's well and good to invest back home, but don't invest your own investments back home. Try and diversify. Now you can even have access to global instruments. It's unlike back then where you need to sit down with some stock broker or together some office, and then they will have to access other markets on your behalf. These days you don't need. Just go to easy equities. You are able to buy Nvidia shares, Apple shares. We are able to buy Microsoft shares. So we are not restricted to Kumba Iron or Exar or Sasol, the local shares. You can access other markets as well. And the other thing is there's now something called fractional ownership of shares. So we are not, don't look at the Nvidia share and say, oh, a single share is 200 and something thousand. You can own a fraction. So on easy equities, we can start investing for as little as 10 and get good exposure to Nvidia shares, to Apple shares. As those share prices grow, your 10 rand grows. So start with whatever you can. It's not about how much you have. And the big one. It is too good to be true. Then it is. It is. It is. So stay skeptical. Don't be tempted in these get-rich quick schemes. And I think there's always a big temptation. We always think, oh, I think this is my gateway to financial freedom. But in most cases, you actually end up regretting it. You end up losing money. Don't chase high. That's because it's something that is spoken about in town, and you decide, let me do it. First, understand what that entails, what that means, before you invest or take a step. And be able to speak to the experts, speak to people that are more knowledgeable than you are. They'll be able to teach you and tell you what's the best strategy or the best timing for you to get into something. So they always say, never put money into something that you can't explain to a friend. And many of us have fallen into this trap. Oh no, I saw it on this was a proper Telegram or whatever. And then I put my money there. And before you know it, the next thing goes into flames and you lose all your assets and something. So stick to the trusted platforms, and especially the regulated platforms. I would discourage you to sit or attend seminars or webinars conducted by these guys who call the Forex News. Forex trading. So just think about it. Banks have got specialized, trained, and skilled people. Banks have got access to phones. Why can't they spend all the time just trading phones? For them to make money. They don't do that. But then you hear somebody from somewhere who says, I'm the expert. I can trade Forex and make you money. So, and in South Africa, any financial service provider needs to be licensed. And then there's this guy who just does a webinar, doesn't have a license. So when you get scammed, where do you run to? But anyway, I don't want to come across as if I'm jealous. Because those Forex traders, They are living flashy lives. Most of them.
Actually making money.
But they are preying on our naivety. So whatever they are buying, the assets, the cars, they're driving, and all that, the income is not from the forex trading, it's from you and I. Okay, and you should also invest in yourself. Eh? Invest in yourself. And this is about learning, upskilling yourself, exposing yourself to new things. And you need to start now. It's never too late to start. There's a good example of Aliko Dangote. He's a big shot now. But how he started is he borrowed some funds from his family to start his empire. But so that was not the key. The key was he first understood what he wanted to do, studied the market fully, and was able to see where the opportunity is. And then the next step then was to just get the capital to then start where he started. Today is the richest man on the African continent. And we should all also do the same. Look for mentorship. I think there are so many guys who have done very well in our communities who can actually help us. So this is just about learning. And we all know where the information is. Podcasts, books, apps, and so forth. And there are so many success stories in investing. I just want to give you a few examples of this in terms of what I've been exposed to in venture capital. And I always say to myself, where are the Zimbabwean success stories? Or maybe we don't talk much about them, or we don't hear about them. I've been privileged to see so much success in venture capital. How many of us, I think many of us know Shoka 60, right? And how many of us do know Zuzi? Z-U-L-Z-I. Zuzi was the pioneer of on-demand platforms. They are the guys who started delivering groceries to our homes. And Zuzi's was started by two black guys from Kenya. And today, we know up to 60, but what we actually also don't know, many people don't know is Zuzi is the engine behind Shoka 60. So the two guys from Limpopo are the technical engine behind Shoka 60. So through our venture capital outfit, we invested in Zuzi. And we were running a fund at the time together with Shoka Dzogwendo. And that's how Shoka got to know about Zuzi. In quick comments. They said, oh, these guys are interesting. And then they said, right, can you do something for us? Zuzi obliged. They built Shoka 66. So all the tech behind Shoka 66 is done by the black guys who have got offices in San Juan. Zuzi, as we speak right now, is grossing about 36 million rands. And so I'm giving this example so that we think about what other opportunities we have as the same community. What can we do? What is that we can build? What is that problem that we can solve using technology? I'll give you another example. There's some guys fresh from UCT that we backed through our venture capital. They decided they're going to make a smartphone into a payment the point of sale system using Bluetooth. So you go to a smartphone shop, instead of swiping your card, you can actually pay using your smartphone. And those guys, they were 20, all of them were 24 years old when we invested into the company. We gave them 12 million to build the infrastructure. And fast forward 3 years later, they managed to sell the business to rural hotel for hundreds of millions. And in the process, we also made our money because we had as been us. So the message I'm trying to put across is just let's think about what is that we can solve. What are the problems that we can solve and solve in a big way and be able then to build those companies and when they sell. Let's be in the business of creating companies and selling. Most of the JSC listed companies don't want to build something from scratch. They don't. But they like acquiring businesses that are built by other people. So instead of thinking small, that we should be selling let's think about bigger things that we can do, that we are able to sell to. So in closing, I just want to say, these are the 5 practical steps that we can start with today. Let's track how we use our expenses. Let's cut the waste. Let's open investment accounts and let's start investing now. Let's learn new skills and let's network with like-minded people. And by so doing, we are able to collaborate, we are able to raise capital, we are able to work together, trust each other, and so forth and so forth. This presentation is a bit long, it's 26 slides. I think there is some interesting stuff as well. And I hope you will be able to get the presentation and you can actually check it and discuss it with your partners, with your kids and all. It's quite helpful in terms of guiding you in terms of your next step in mastering your money and investing wisely. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So he just had to say, go home, go over it with your card. With your children. So my favorite business tycoons of all time, Aliko Dangote. As I was one time, I had this obsession about this guy to say, okay, why is he doing what he does and how does he even do it? And following his journey in one of his interviews, he spoke about investing back home. One of the things that has increased his net worth was the refinery that he built in Nigeria. And he talks strongly about investing back home. And he was like, I could have taken these millions and invested them in the New York Stock Exchange and other entrepreneurs in America, but I decided to invest back home. And the thing is, if we do not invest in ourselves, no one else is going to invest in us. We've seen what Donald Trump has done without being political. So Africa, when the world decide to sneeze, we immediately catch a cold and we are freezing, right? And so we are challenged to invest in ourselves, to invest in the businesses that we are creating. And a big part of that is having basic understanding of the knowledge that he was sharing. It's not rocket science, we just do not know it. And therefore, we need to be intentional about knowing it, understanding it, and therefore applying it in our day-to-day lives. So we're going to be having another insightful panel discussion, which is going to be moderated by Mr. Kwirirai. So I'm going to allow him to come on stage, call upon his panelists to join them, to join him, and your panel is going to be 40 minutes long. Please bear with us. We're coming to the end of our discussion, and also get your questions ready, because after this panel discussion, we're just going to have a quick Q&A, which is going to be open to the panelists for the last panel and the first panel that we had. So, Mr. Kurirai, over to you, please. Just start the panel. A round of applause for you.
Thanks, John. Just a point of correction. I'm Kurirai, not Mr. So, yes, I was tempted to say maybe we can cross for lunch. I think we're really enough already. But it may be we need to continue the business of the day. I've been tight from the morning, since morning, by alignment in terms of the message coming from different speakers and coming from different experts. I've just wrote down here some common themes that are coming up. And in no order: scaling up, collaboration within your networks, collaboration within the family setup. And this is just a point of correction. Shoka is a boozers club that are not boozers. All the boozers clubs are doing their thing now. Here. Legacy, building sustainable businesses that can live beyond us. Identity. We are Zimbabweans. We are Zimbabweans. Before we are business people, or before we are employees, also more executives as well. Multiple sources of income. Investing. So I can go on and on and on and on. Ladies and gentlemen, obviously these things that are coming, that are very common, are very critical, and these form a big takeaway for all of us. Being Zimbabweans, being entrepreneurs, being business people, and doing business in South Africa comes with it a lot of challenges. And I've been assigned to moderate a panel discussion that is going to touch on navigating the challenges of conducting business in South Africa. And to help me unpack those challenges, I know some of the challenges have already been spoken about, but to help me unpack these challenges, I've got 4 panelists that I'm going to invite. Upfront. I asked the chairman that I wanted Justin to be part of this panel, but I saw you rigged your way into the other panel. But anyway, let me take this opportunity to invite upfront James. Please take note, I'm not going to say missed. And then Nyasha. Now there's a challenge here now. Is a doctor's bar. Dr. Nick. And another challenge again. Is an advocate. Agenda. So that's the challenge with these big titles. You can't run out from them. None of them is an honor. So please take seats. So before we start the discussion, I would like to have the panelists introduce themselves. I think you've got a minute each. Introduce yourself. Start with the advocate.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And I'd like to thank also the Shoka Dzogwendo for inviting me. I see, just a point of correction, I see I'm introduced as an advocate. I'm actually an attorney. It's just a US difference, but I'm an affiliate attorney in the High Court of South Africa. Currently, I'm working for the Public Investment Corporation as a legal advisor, but I'm on my way out because I've already registered my law firm. And another reason why I had to come is because I'm standing in for Advocate Shumba, Gabriel Shumba, I'm trying to be aware of you, because we have started an organization called Global Legal Protector. It's basically a company, NPO, non-profit organization that's going to provide legal services to the diaspora community. So we're looking at government allowance and everything. We realize that most of the people they have legal challenges, but they're challenged by the financial aspect. So that's where we are now coming in. Companies are registered. We're just busy with the admin aspects, opening a bank account, having a website so that we can start marketing it properly.
Thank you very much. My name is Mrs. Banya. I'm a pastor. I'm also an aspiring academic. I'm working for postgraduate students. I've been working in the media space for the past 8 years. I worked for CBC, for Bank Choice, for ETV, for BBC, and others. I've now built my own platforms. What I'm currently doing is building platforms, realizing that the world is shifting platform accommodation and Nigeria's movement to APNs, transport movement to Uber. Platformization of services is very critical. So this is the space that I'm very keen on. And I'm currently also working outside of Elevate Africa Networks, which is a platform that works exactly like Netflix. We are keen in putting online education. We can build that online platform schools. Also currently I work as a project manager for Jewish firms that specifically does high-tech apps. And we service with people all over the world. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my name is Nyasha Olonga. I am an engineer by application. During the day, we are solving some great challenges in South Africa. I work mostly in the renewable energy front and the solar side. We've assisted companies develop and build 800 megawatts of renewable energy plants in South Africa. Yeah, and one of my biggest challenges I have is what happens if I wake up one day with the employer's letter saying, so that doesn't, I don't speak with that person. So we have started a couple of adventures, mostly with couple of customers in the room, and I believe that you are able to service those closer to you, and you trust, and also assist in developing businesses. So I'm also in the logistics business. That doesn't keep me awake at all. There are always problems on the road, but yeah.
My name is James Jaros. As you have seen on the profile, that lots of experience in social businesses, in job background, senior level, much focus on operations, human resources, finance, and I also wear another hat as I also take pride being one of the pioneers of Shoka Dzogwendo as well. So when I'm seated here seeing other places that are not part of Shoka group, I'm looking forward to having all of your projects come home. It's also an opportunity for us to network and to know. All I'm saying, people are in resource. People are in resource. We get things done through people. So when I'm saying this is a massive opportunity. Massive opportunity.
Thank you, Tim. So let's go into the issues. Being an entrepreneur is not an easy thing. I know all entrepreneurs in this room probably miss the days they were employees, because as an employee, everything gets done for you. You don't carry any risk. But as an entrepreneur, at the end of the day, you only get what is left after you've paid all your suppliers, you've paid all your employees. Coming to South Africa and doing business in South Africa, I think Gus said that it doesn't matter how you came here or how you found yourself here. What it matters is that you are here, and the environment is not going to change. All you need to do is to make sure you find ways, find strategies of navigating the environment. When I look at the statistics regarding the South African environment, business environment rather, according to the World Bank, here are the statistics now that I'm going to share with you. The World Bank, before they discontinued the ease of doing business rankings in 2020, they ranked in 2019. South Africa was 84 out of 190 countries. In 2018, it was 82 out of 190 countries. Right? The best was in 2008 when it ranked 32 out of 190. So as you can see, from 2008 coming to where we are now, the ease of doing business is it's getting more difficult for you to do business in South Africa now. And this is not for Zimbabweans or for foreigners. This is the business environment. Now, add to that the element of being a foreigner. I'm sure it must be a task and a half. The IMD World Competitiveness Yearbook is the same results. Year 2024, South Africa was ranked 60 out of 69. Year 2025, South Africa was ranked 64 out of 69. So those are worrying statistics. And again, I'm not going to drop that identity that we are Zimbabweans or Africans, and we are trying to do business in South Africa. Now, let me start with Dr. Smart. Do you think that the rate at which digital technologies are being adopted in South Africa to help the way we conduct business in South Africa?
There's some specialist issues that I'm looking for. I'm looking for roofing, I'm looking for epoxy putting, I'm looking for cabinets, I'm looking for ceilings. If you look at go to Facebook and type in those services, you literally get hundreds of AI generated leads that can mimics on your face. The issue is to say, are we in the right platforms that can be able to utilize those things and find people that are near us, find people that are away from us? But also one thing I did discover that the vast majority of the artisans and technicians and skilled people that I do, whether you go to mechanics or you go to people that put ceilings or people that put floorings, most of them has done. And one of the issues that we're working on was to put an app that deals with what we call the contractor, that will do geofencing and geolocation, so if you are going to use a service for handymen, use the handymen that are verified, that are within the space, that are near you, that you can be able to use. For people that are not in the social platforms, for people that are not on the technological platforms, they are going to be able to meet a lot of, they're going to miss a lot of opportunities, because now you can literally track ads that I want to reach advocates, I want to reach engineers, I want to look for solars, I want people that want to look for solar. If anybody is doing this, I want my ad to pop up. So technology scales and breaks boundaries in targets so that the value of the dollar or rand that you're putting becomes very effective. When you're putting $1 million on SABC for adverts, now you can put 2,000 rands, and you are able to generate quality leads that can be able to reinforce your business and take you further. I'm encouraged. I think all of us need to be able to say that, are we going to be able to embrace technology? I know a lot of people want to keep clubs, keep networks like this, but I think in the networks like these, we can also benefit if all of us in a digital footprint, so that when we are going to simply say we are looking for lawyers, we are looking for engineers, your name and your business pops up, then we can be able to manage and grow our businesses together. There's a huge opportunity, there's a huge ecosystem that can be explore in the digital space. Can we all put our businesses there? We benefit a lot.
Thank you. We will have some follow-up questions on the digital issues, maybe during our Q&A session. Bruce touched on mastering your money. Coming to you, James. As a foreign entrepreneur operating in South Africa, do you think or do you believe that we have access to capital? And if we have access to capital, is the pricing fair or is it discriminatory? Do you get the same pricing for capital or you get different pricing because your business has got some identity?
Listen, I think that the company is a and it is not business. Now, on that basis, if you are going there as a company, you assess it, fund investment, a loan from the bank might not be that's number one. However, as individuals, as SMEs, we are now trying to touch with no practical, looking at our audience as well. There's always a challenge. If you are a foreigner and you do not have even logistics, for example, in Nigeria, if you are on a permit or you do not have a permit as well, there tend to have to be some challenges in accessing loan capital. You want to pay a property and you are on a permit that is about to expire or and you are categorized foreign, straight away the bank gives you 50%. But if you're foreigner, you are a risk investor. So they, as much as a bank moving property here in South Africa, you are giving 50% mortgage. You have to pump in another 50%. In IT, yes, South African permanent resident in IT, you also get treated like South African citizen, so you can also get mortgage. So it's very valid depending the status of the foreigner, Zimbabwe, the same in South Africa.
And the cost of it?
The costing also is determined by your credit history, your ability also to, because the credit history ability also to repay your profile on the market. I would not want to really say it is very high on foreigners. I would like to say generally legs in South Africa do not get favorable price compared to those of fairer scheme.
There has been some debates, I think, about even insurance premium that people pay. Do you subscribe to the same? What's your view on that?
Personally, I can't really mention that because on my side I take advantage of the networks that I have. With Omar here, so when we approach him, he is already into that insurance business. I negotiate the good result. I mean, the best the premium for me. We have never assurance, so we're trying to take advantage of the networks that we have. Here in South Africa, different networks, contacts, both of those ones. In that process, it becomes, to me, something that I would say I'm not experiencing it. I don't know whether other people out there are not experiencing it. Why I'm taking into that is something that I have to encourage those that I saw in attendance, take advantage of getting to know the person that is sitting next to you, identify the area that they are, let's try to promote each other, let's give us each other best bets, and also that way.
So James, you've touched quite a lot on, if I can put it this way, on personal as opposed to business finance. Any comments on the business side of things? You are an entrepreneur yourself in terms of getting financing for your own business. That's number one. Then the other thing I wanted us to look at is whenever we speak about capital, then everybody looks at financial capital. There are also other forms of capital. We've got human capital, human resource aspect, intellectual capital. The other many capitals that we have. Your comments?
Yes, thank you very much. But so starting off with in terms of financial capital, it as an organization, as a company, access to capital, getting access to capital in the bank formally is always not easy, right? Unless they are fully established. But for a startup, it comes with a big challenge. Hence, the platform I believe really leaning towards issue of collaborating, issue of networking, issue of implementing what you see earlier on spoke of, the issue of pulling resources together and come up with something cheaper way. Because the cost of capital becomes very high, sustainability of the business also is affected. Right. We, in terms of human capital, one of the I have to really say, very important, very critical. We are in an era where the competitive advantage lies in our staff. People have the resources. Now, there are some complexities we're trying to navigate also here in South Africa, where we are in an environment where it's a high unemployment rate. We have the juniors that are there. We have difficulty in also getting business out there due to our big ratings. Why? Because we are foreign-owned entities. How then do we deal with this in terms of a startup and an SME? Your annual income is less than 10 million a year. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are your regular life there. Give you an example like this. The nature of my work with some of my the retail area where I am, people really need to you are dealing with locals that speak local. Therefore, so to partner, I'm sure that you put in a professional way people that are also locals in their job and invest in them in terms of training, in terms also them partaking to the vision of the organization, the mission of the organization. Take it personal. They know that there is the words and they are also going to have their facilities that give them guarantee for you to work in the organization. So that was beyond just issuing giving people the high salary, but also other factors that for example, is their well-being.
So you are saying, James, that the company is a South African company. Forget about who is behind the company, and what you expect is you want to treat your employees equally, whether they are local or they are not. They are foreigners. An employee is an employee, and you are saying that as a business, your access to capital, be it human, be it financial, must be determined by the business ability to handle this. Thank you very much. Moving on to the legal side of things, Senda, do you think that the environment or the legal framework in South Africa does promote doing business by foreigners? Please, you can cite. You are allowed to cite any laws that you think may not be in favor of foreigners doing business in South Africa, or any that support foreigners doing business in South Africa.
Thank you very much. Well, this is the first time that I've been consulted without actually billing in on. So, look, there are a lot of, I want to call them inhibitors, a lot of legislation, laws, which sort of makes it difficult for foreigners to do business in South Africa. Let me start. My brother here talked about B, whatever. God bless me. I hate it. I'm sorry, but why I don't like it? Like that. First of all, if you're a foreigner trying to do business here, it's difficult for you to benefit if you don't at least seek some of your shareholding to locals, right? You want to start a tax shop, you want to know your vision and all that, but for you to benefit, because eventually you may need to access certain areas, maybe in construction industry, like say TV. In fact, that's one of the requirements. But for you to access government-related projects, you must reach certain scoring, or you want a PE scoring card. So that's number one. I don't want to dwell much on it anyway, because, like I said, I don't like. But again, if you're a business person, if you want to do business in South Africa, always understand that the labor laws of South Africa, they are problems. I know earlier on, someone was talking about that. Issues with CMA and things like that. That's the reality, because the way the laws are crafted in South Africa, and that's why most of the companies, from the West world, actually live in South Africa, going to Kenya, things like that. It's also because of the labor laws, the way they're crafted, they're pro-employees. So it can be costly and difficult for you if you want to retrench, just in someone. If someone has done something, they can easily say, I'm going to the CMA, and trust me, you're giving money to us as lawyers there, because it's us just fighting over the bill you, right? And at the end of the day, you may actually lose the case. And you have to pay the costs for both your client and my client. Thirdly, and I know maybe that's why Advocate Shoka was supposed to be here, on the immigration aspect. And I'm sure business people in the room, especially those without permanent residence or IDs from Zimbabwe as a foreigner. Of late, there have been changes. And some of them, if you're not aware, I can tell you one of the requirements where you may need to have 5 million or more for you to be considered, for business visa. That's one of the requirements why they were, and they need to see that this money is coming from Zimbabwe, right? Or from any foreign country, not necessarily the money that you have.
Offshore. Must come from
Offshore, yes. That's a good right. And or assets, right? Which are where you need a certified chartered accountant to certify and to confirm that indeed the assets that you have brought in South Africa, there are 5 million or above. But that's why you need another CA or another someone to confirm all this.
I think.
Yeah, they'll also charge you an arm and a leg. Thirdly, there's another requirement there which is crazy for those who have got business visas, maybe they already know about it, that they say 60% of your staff must be South African citizens. Now, you want to, you and your wife, you want to open a small company, things like that. Does it mean automatically 3 more people must be citizens? And I mean, how would you even voice yourself in your own company? Because in a way, you don't have much. So, to cut the long story short, I don't think that the environment itself is favorable to foreigners doing business in South Africa. Once you jump through all those loopholes that I've mentioned, we all know about the red tape, corruption that is rampant everywhere. And my plans of next year, I've got some plans who call me for immigration issues. I've been arrested, I don't have a passport. And I always tell them one thing, just with the damn police officer or the damn mama face, don't call me as a man because I'm going to charge you an arm and leg. I know it's not the best advice, but as you can see, the country itself or some certain areas, there's so much corruption that's already, filtering down the edge. That's why some of the, in my practice, I focus more on corporate information, civil matters, criminal and all that. Not that I'm not good at it, but I would rather not, because you can actually be your own lawyer. Traffic cops can stop you right now. There's your 50 rand and all that. Why would you want to call me all the way from Pretoria to come and talk about 50 rand fine? So to me, it would not make sense. So the environment itself, we have to be practical and some of those things, especially for foreigners, it's not easy. After jumping all those, we all know the segment towards foreigners. As we need to survive in that and find ways. But what if once we have started as Zimbabweans or creating our own community like this, it's easier for me as a lawyer to speak to either of you if I need clients, for example, or if you guys, your professions, you come also to another Zimbabwean. Because as Zimbabweans, maybe I don't know if you are that open to one another or we are open to network, and I'm really happy for such an opportunity to have been here so that we network, we know one another, what we provide for one another. That way, I think we'll be able to go and provide for ourselves.
Just a follow-up question to that. Assuming you tick all those boxes, do you find the licensing processes dealing with different government departments easy, or is it an inhibitor as well? Are they fragmented, centralized? What is it?
Fragmented. It is highly so. I was looking at, let me look at one area. I spoke about the construction, right? So let's talk about even the transport industry, logistics. For those of us who are construction workers, you know that you need national licensing certificates. You also need this cross-border permits. Even the driver need that professional permits as well. So it's highly fragmented and costly. It's not easy. The easy part is for you and me to open or to register a company, like what the brother is saying, that the corporate itself can be citizen. But you want to see now how you are going to be written. So they can only, if you don't have papers, the business permit or something, you have registered the company, but if you don't have the necessary business visa or anything, you are only given 180 days. Otherwise, you're already considered an illegal in the country. So I know that's one aspect. So establishing the business itself or registering the company, it's easy. You can even do it online. But on the operational side, some of the licenses that you would need, if you look at the transport side, the permits that you need, it's tedious. And we know how some of these government departments work and or operate. Without kickbacks, sometimes it's not easy. And now for business people to speak with one, like what maybe I can just say is one of my clients, there's Zimbabweans as well, because they're taking the South African Center for Education, I think it's SEC, because they are sort of imposing different requirements to foreign educators vis-a-vis their South African counterparts, and on the SACPA certificates, what they need. So we are challenging that. We're pretty soon we'll be going to court to say, look, what's so different, and why are the foreigners supposed to pay more? What's the rationale? And they were not even consult stakeholders or the people who are affected. So it's things like that that each and every area can have its own requirements. Maybe the thumb set or whatever, I don't know whether there's no rationale or business rationale, especially for this matter that we're taking to court. What's the rationale? Are you worried about fraud? What is it exactly? Why should foreigners pay more? Because without that certificate for those who are, so the SEC, SACE, and the SAS, you call it SAS, yeah. That's one. We are taking them to court pretty soon because the requirements against foreign educators are slightly different. So, but what is the rationale? Why are they paying more? I'm sure you are aware of it. Why are they paying more? Is there justification? So, yeah, those are some of the things. So, just to answer you in short, operationally, it's a nightmare, and everything that's happening there's no legal justification.
So you are saying the legal framework, the intentions may be right, but when it comes to the interpretation and application, they comes an issue there.
In short, yes.
Thank you very much. Nyasha, access to markets. You are known here, I think, amongst the network, our network is the renewable energy guy. And you also do logistics on the side. I don't know which one is now on the side, because in my view, the one that brings more money is supposed to be the core. Okay? Access to markets. How easy is it for you? I'm sure you're representing many other logistics players who are in the room here. How easy is it for you to get access to markets, given that there are the BEE requirements for you to access government contracts? We know the noises that are in the logistics sector. Issues every day, there are issues with the trucks, truck drivers. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, well, it's challenging. It's always been. Look, as an SMME, let's say you put one truck on the road, it's way too difficult. There is no mine that is going to say, come load my core with one truck. So they would rather go to the big entities, and then we have to look for the big entities to subcontract. And they don't necessarily pay the rates that make you survive once you make money for them. So it's a bit of a challenge which you need to know. I've read, there's a couple of guys here that will tell you internationally the commodity side, things are tough. But you have to make it work. We try to look for better rates where we can, but we can't go with the big companies.
So if I hear you correctly, you are saying either you have to make do with the rest that you are being given by the big players, right? So we call it what? Right? And now there comes the key word, I think, for this Indaba was collaboration. What does it take for the logistics players, the Zimbos that own logistics companies, 2 trucks, 3 trucks, to come together, not collaborate in terms of forming a company, but in terms of going to market? What does that take? And what are the obstacles that you guys face?
Finding a client, for instance, BE is always going to be forefront. But we have had opportunities where I've collaborated with Tinashe and more to do certain jobs, but they're not always frequent.
So let me then jump to Dr. Sibanda and say, Doc, how can technology assist in the collaboration and aggregation, so that there is a very easier way of scaling up without doing anything, without playing around with anything, because you have got 3 trucks, he's got 4 trucks, he's got 5 trucks. What can be done?
I think technology does help, but I think beyond technology, it is relationships. I think sometimes when you do not have relationships with people, you will struggle in being able to provide some services. Let me just give an example. There was a time where I was supposed to do some work for the WHO during COVID, and it required me to put their communications and messaging on the national platform on community radio stations. I needed money, didn't get money. But because I had met other people who had known me, who had other friends, when I needed to be able to get money and resources, they were able to pay me so that my contract could be able to be fulfilled. Technology alone was not going to be able to do that, but good relationships with people that can be able to link with others. And also part of the important thing is just to say, when you've built a good record and treat people well and work honestly, fight corruption, people are going to become, they can want to work with you so that you can be able to collaborate. The opportunities are never during COVID, but we were on every platform, but even though we qualified, we couldn't get work. But there were people that were coming with very lucrative opportunities, but we couldn't get them because ultimately maybe we could have read about us on the newspapers being arrested, being the fall guys, but the guys haven't collected money. But beyond technology, relationships do matter. When we have come here, when we've known people, when we have met people here, I've had so many people that are doing so many good things that I can plug into, that I can share my expertise, that I can link them to other people. When I find somebody that is a need, I will say, I know somebody who's a lawyer, I know somebody who works in the NGO sector. I work as a board member in non-profit sector. I now know who I can go and ask to collaborate, to get us to be trained, to be able to go somewhere. So technology is great, but relationships that are anchored will be able to lift us. But when we are also, I think what's also important, we're getting business cards, they're great. We need to connect. But let's take ourselves also into platforms that are going to be able to get us ourselves discoverable, so that you could be able to find out who is in your network or who could be a potential business, and then you can be able to technology will scale, and platforms will do it much quicker.
Okay. So you raising an important point, and I'm going to go back to James. You raised a very important point to do with the trust. What role, James, do you think trust plays in our ability to collaborate, in our ability to scale up, in our ability to grow as a community? And obviously, follow-up question is lack of it. What are the results of lack of trust once broken? I'm sure, we have read about, also we've got the positive side, but also we've had the negative side about how Zimbabweans are not reliable. Fusi says, he shook my hand, he said, I'm Zimbabwean. And for him, that was a source of trust, because Zimbabweans are trusted. But there are also some sectors that think that Zimbabweans can be trusted. Not because Zimbabweans cannot be trusted, but because one or two people have been let down.
Right. That's a very good area to focus on. So, trust is gained. I should start off with the trust is gained. One of the reasons why cost of capital goes high is because someone does not have confidence in your ability to repay. Let's say you want a loan or something. Now, coming back to the issue of trust, it takes years. It takes time to get in building a trust with your stakeholders. it is one of the very things that led us to found Shoka Dzogwendo. Shoka Dzogwendo was not founded on the basis of people wanting to come together and play soccer. No, it was not that. We used soccer as a means of pulling together the great minds, the talent that left Zimbabwe and is scattered here in South Africa. We wanted to bring them all together through chasing that round thing in the ground on the field. We are also connecting at personal level. We are identifying our areas of strengths, our areas of specialty, our areas of potential areas of collaborating as well. By so doing, because we are connecting from on the social side and connecting at that personal level, that becomes a quicker way, a faster way of establishing trust amongst ourselves. Right. Now, in that process, I get to know someone, I entrust someone with a task or a job to be done, or soft loan or whatsoever. The person, the onus is on that person to also go an extra mile in fulfilling the obligation or the terms of that unwritten contract. I'm calling it unwritten because we have done gentlemanship there. I mean, it might be done. It's one of that. I'm trusting you through the platform of Shoka because you're part of that. But if you do very well, I also put it on the platform recommending the person. This person has done this for me. Very good person, very reliable, and so on. But he spoke of some of these projects that he has. He did put solar at my house, right? Solar, we have those load shedding and so on in South Africa. I did not look elsewhere out there. I went on the platform, Shoka platform. So we have a guru there, and that's Nyasha. Yes, the one that come into this property. He did it very well. I went back on that group as well and said, guys, this is brilliant. We've got, and that is how business grows. And not only did he get, I mean, out of this, he got other opportunities within Shoka and also outside, because we are also connected out there. Right. So normally when you know you have a reference, trust grows. That is, so it takes time to build trust. Very important to also put all your efforts towards fulfilling the terms of that which you've been trusted with. Because once trust is broken, that's it. That is the end of the road. Say you can't really redeem yourself, or it will take a while or mission or engines for you to really gain that trust again.
Okay, so now let's link that to businesses. I'm going to come to Tatenda in a while. In a moment, sorry. We all agreed that once registered here, the company is a South African company. Forget about who is behind the company. Just during the short break, we were talking about the publicity that comes when a company linked to a foreigner does something wrong, is found on the outside, and a company that is owned by somebody who is local does the same thing. I mean, he spoke about that as well. So let's talk about, let's try to unpack that. Why is it that the media, when it reports, it says Zimbabwean led curators has been found guilty of this? Why not just the name of the company?
Well, on that one, of course, there's no need of legal advice or legal connotations, but I think there's just an agenda. Let's not ignore the fact that the environment that we operate in, we are, the way we are viewed, I don't want to call it jealous per se, but I think there's an agenda against people, let me say foreigners, especially Zimbabweans, because we are viewed as people who come to take the riches and opportunities. I don't want to say jobs only, but the opportunities of the country. Legally, is it okay? It's not. There's nothing that says that they must identify that, but they're just doing it because I want to say the environment as it is right now. We're going towards elections. We are easy picking where people they think that if we say foreigners are like maybe the people out there will be happy to associate with that person who's persecuting the foreigners, but we nearly took someone as well to the college court by labeling a foreigner or trying to associate with a crime and then to a foreigner. But then what happened there that we actually managed to settle it out of court. Otherwise, we nearly went to court. I can't disclose much about that matter anyway. But legally, it shouldn't be like that. But people are getting away with it. There's so many things that happen which legally are wrong. So the long and short, there's just an agenda against us at the moment. But that's where now we're now coming in as a global legal protector to say, look, maybe we can protect our people and also educate them about their rights and even be a platform to advocate on behalf of the people. So, look, government, especially, I think right now people are also worried about critical skills visas and all that. There's no government as we speak. They don't have a clear-cut answers to how, when that process will be happening. Because already there's one aspect where people are using emotions, and the legal aspect they are sort of ignoring. Hence, they're being taken by most of these NGOs to court, and those NGOs they're winning. I'm sure you know in Cape Town, there's so many matters that have been taken away. People are claiming about their rights, even when children born in South Africa, their citizens. People are always getting successful there, but the implementation it can even take 2 years. You're just being frustrated by people with an agenda. Legally, you can go to court, get an order, but
so you are saying politics sometimes overshadow the legal aspect.
It does, especially sometimes.
And then that comes to our chairman in his opening remarks. He asking the question: are we welcome here, or we are just tolerated? I'm sure he's got his answers there now. In short, please can you just share with us? You are running a business in South Africa. As a foreigner, whether SME, medium scale, large, or you are an executive of a big company, what are the do's and don'ts, given all these challenges?
The do's, another legal actions that I'm giving you free, make sure that your house is in order in terms of obtaining the necessary licenses and all the regulations. Because the second that you don't do that, I'm telling you, they will come down heavily on you. Not only because you are a wrongdoer, but because you're also a foreigner. So now you are perceived as if you have killed Jesus himself. So my advice would say, as much as you can, don't just wake up and start a business. I understand some people are running their own business without permits or municipality regulations. Trust me, that's a recipe for disaster. Because if you are caught and they come down on you, then they will. It's going to be messy. So as much as you can, get legal advice on how best you can do it, and what to do, what not to do. That's why in some of these platforms, even like this one, you could always share those things freely on not to do in a specific sector or area, but doing things illegally. I think those things that used to happen, they happened in 2010, whatever, but where we are now going and with the sentiment that is there, I would personally advise, not forget the legal aspect, but personally advise that as much as you can, try to observe necessary regulations and laws.
Thank you, President. I've just been advised that we are running out of time. We have taken this discussion to 4 o'clock. I think we have got enough. I was with an assignment the entire year. from previous discussions, from previous speakers in this discussion. Your touching words, obviously, hearing the purpose of, I'm going to borrow Martha's technique, understanding the why, the purpose of this Indaba, the purpose why Shoka was founded, not the what. The parting words, because what we want to see next year or whatever time we reconvene or we have a similar, we want to hear testimonies about how collaboration, how networking has helped us grow our businesses. Forget about the noises that are coming from the environment. Forget about the xenophobia. Forget about everything else. We are here. That business that we started, or that business you started, it has to grow. That is not negotiable. We can't be apologetic about that. We can't sit on our potential. The parting words as we close this session.
Right. I see you looking at me with James. Yes, thank you. So I would say it all comes back to stakeholder management. Right? You need to find out what a stakeholder is. To me, I come to a very simplified definition of a stakeholder. A stakeholder is anyone who has got the ability or potential to grow in a span in process. They need to be managed. Come up with the management. Plan for that.
My advice is don't wait for your formal employment to end. If you have to start somewhere. Maybe you might be surprised when you develop a big opportunity for yourself.
Yeah.
One of the issues I've realized that the skill set keeps on changing and the landscape. We need to be able to resharpen our skills, resharpen our focus. I think just a quick one. I know many people in politics used to say so that they don't want South Africa to be like Zimbabwe. That was many of us do understand that in the coming few months, the US is going to be putting sanctions on South Africa. It's not on ANC, on South Africa. And what is going to be the implication for businesses? Are we going to be able to prepare ourselves now to be able to work and operate? I have said some of the business that I do. Some of my design people sit in Bangladesh. We run a design agency. They sit in Bangladesh. In technology, our technology suppliers are in Israel. And what I'm simply saying, when we deal now, in the coming months, when things melt here, what are we going to do? Are we going to be able to prepare ourselves now to simply say the skills that we are sharpening ourselves, because we knew what happens in Zimbabwe. Whether we say ZANU was corrupt, whether this is what, but there is an effect of sanctions. And in an economy like this, whereby like people do not own anything else, when these things come and fall down on us, what are we going to do? And I do think that we really need to think carefully over the few months, because there's going to be a huge unfolding. And it is a responsibility for us to be able to think on how are we going to migrate or mitigate or shield ourselves, because there's going to be an impending shaking, which will impact us, will impact the communities that we live in. And we might see an uprising and how are we going to target it.
Well, I'll just reiterate what I said, that as much as you can, all business people try to observe all the necessary laws and regulations within the area that you do your business in. Otherwise, the cost of non-compliance, it's hectic, because some fines are going to as much as about 10 billion and things like that. So let's observe those rules. What you don't understand, as much as you can consult.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who's been listening. For me, I think we've all heard what the experts and the entrepreneurs have said here. They've shared their experiences. Please don't pay the school fees. I mean, free legal advice. Thanks to Shoka. So don't pay the school fees that these gentlemen have already paid, and other business people who are here have already paid. Let's avoid that. And looking forward to better things, more networking, businesses that are going to scale up, businesses that are going to employ both South Africans and Zimbabweans and any other nationalities, because we are business people, we are not Zimbabweans, we are business people. Thank you. Sure you are. So as Sharon comes on stage, please make sure you get my card so that I bless you with a computer.
Just bless me with a tablet. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time, your participation, your cooperation till the end of this program. I know we said let's shelve the questions for the last part after our panel discussions. So if there's anyone with a question or with something to share, let's just have 5 minutes of engagement and interaction amongst each other to say, what was your key takeaway from this gathering today? What are some of the things that you are going to correct besides hashtag with your partner? What else did you learn? What else did you learn? What are some of the what were some of the highlights for you? So let's have a quick engagement, 5 minutes before we have our closing remarks and head over for our lunch session. Yes, thank you.
My name is Kudzim Sonza. Oh, my name is Kuzana or Kudzim Sonza. I've got just one question and then another just sort of a remark. The question is directly to property investment, but everyone can jump in as well. Property investment, is it a good investment? You know, looking at the returns, I know it's a long-term goal, but you know, is it not better to put property money in the bank, generate interest without, you know, arguing with tenants, looking for tenants, and etc. What is, you know, something that I've been asking myself a lot? Is it really a good investment?
Okay.
Then my remark is just, I think also one thing that we need to do is to also go for medical checkups. Because people are, you know, cancer, kidneys, failures, and etc. I don't know. We're talking about building an empire, but you're sick. That's okay. Thank you.
So your very first asset is your body. A constant checkup on it,
Yeah.
you know, is very critical. Now to the question of property, who's willing to take that? I'm seeing a hand from our financial. He said he's not a financial advisor. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think it really depends on what you want and what you need to establish. Because these days as well, when you talk of property investment, it's not necessarily have to be a physical property.
Sure.
You can go into easy equities and you invest in companies that have got underlying into property investment. So you can own property investment through that. But again, what you are saying as well in terms of like putting money into a bank, but maybe not necessarily putting money into a bank, because obviously the interest that you're gonna get there probably would be lower compared to what you can potentially earn from a property investment. I think in one of Bruce's slides, where he was talking of low risk and investments, you saw that one of it was actually putting your money into a bank, and the rates are relatively lower. But again, it can also go deeper and broader in terms of what are you looking at? Because property investment, you can invest into a property for a long term, that, okay, I'm just putting together my retirement package into a property investment. You can also invest into property as like a short-term strategy, where you actually go into a property and it needs a bit of fix. Then you go and buy that property, you invest, you revamp, then you add a 10% markup on it, then you put back on the market. It's also a strategy that people can do depending on the needs. Yes. And you can also invest in a property as a cash cow to fund your other possible investments. For example, you can find a property that is, for example, in an area where you're not going to necessarily get appreciation, good appreciation over value, but in terms of the purchase price versus the return that you can get on a monthly basis, it may make more sense that you buy that property, but you use proceeds from that property actually to get where you want to be. So it really depends on what your strategy is.
Can I
That was
add that?
a powerful one.
Suddenly the classes on the way. Okay.
I wanted to add something.
Add 1
Right.
minute.
Yeah, just on the property, what I would advise guys to do is don't be an active manager of your property portfolio.
Sure.
So it eradicates all the worries, concerns that you have with your tenants and so forth. So you can actually leverage technology. There are platforms that can take care of your property portfolio.
Sure.
Just get into an engagement with those guys. They will run everything on your behalf. And now you just get your money. When you decide to sell the property, you don't do the selling yourself. Those sales providers will do it for you. He mentioned that you can invest in property through a listed company. That's one option. There's another option on Easy, the People Group. They've got Easy Equities. They've got also Easy Properties. So you can actually buy, invest into property through that platform. So you can become a shareholder in, say, some of the buildings that you see in town here, which are owned by Easy Properties, and you don't do the management yourself.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can I also add
Do
to
it
that?
smartly. Yeah.
Just 3 points. I would say it depending on your risk appetite.
Sure.
You can be a property investor with zero equity. The bank can finance everything, but you can't invest in a bank with zero. Why? Because if you borrow to invest in a money market, the interest for borrowing is always higher than the interest that you get on a money market instrument.
Sure.
Then lastly, I would say the interest you earn on the bank, you must also try to equate that to your personal inflation. If you invest at 5 or 7%, when you want to pay school fees later, I think we all know that school fees goes up by 10%. So you're a loser immediately. So yeah, that's what I can get when you're comparing the investment instruments.
Sure. Yes.
So my name is Tondera Oronga. So I have 2 questions, but I'm just gonna brief it quick. So my question, the first one is regarding like the social media trends that we see. We see our fellow Zimbabweans being harassed, like especially on the hospitals.
Yeah.
And these people, they claim that these guys are coming into, like they're utilizing the service, like their services, because these are foreigners. But if I can look at all the people that are here, they are paying medical aids, but also they are paying taxes.
Yep.
And he's running a company that is paying income tax on your individual capacity. You are paying tax also. And all those funds are going towards all those public facilities. But how many times do you go for a public hospital? You don't really go there. The money is channeled to those facilities. So I don't know how best can we as a corporate leaders have our message reached wherever it's supposed to be reached, that we are already doing much for these people, as much as they might not be like legally documented, but we cannot just watch them being harassed or something like that. So that's the first question. So the second question is, I would represent more of, because I'm still a trainee accountant from financial service. I'm very lucky today. I'm just hearing finance all over. So I don't know, when you're done with studying with any university, it's the process to get your visa, your study visa is easy. But once you're done, it's either you have to go back home. But now we have VC, we have the directors, we have CEOs here. So these people, they have like the ability to influence. Because I also have a friend which was employed with the Zim company. They have a South African company. They do employee transfers. So I'm thinking, like, you already know our situations and the challenges that we're going through. Is there any way that you can, maybe you might not have those psycho programs that you need to be a training office, or maybe to try to have that within your organization so that at least you are already in our shoes. We are your young brothers. You can maybe facilitate that process for it to make, for that to be easy for us to get into the industry, because it's hectic at the moment.
All right, thank you. I think Mr. Just.
Oh, okay, all right. The purpose of us doing the business is for us later on to own an asset. So property is what gives power.
Sure.
So if we don't have property, we don't have the power. Hence, that's why there's less reform and everything. What people are fighting for is power. So there's no substitute of property ownership, because the whole goal is to say, I want something that is generational. So an investment that can stay beyond your time without too much management is property.
Sure.
But the biggest challenge that we have in the African context is, how do we acquire the property? So the business world is good. Most business people, their mistake is they focus on the property, which is a bigger investment to tackle, and like creating a cash flow, a cash cow, cash flow business that will buy properties in the long run, so that the property became your long-term investment. I give example in education. When you see us, you see the school, but school is a minor thing. Our business is property, because that's where we know whether this school thing close, we have assets. And I understand the gentleman saying we need to plead with them. Guys, we are visitors here. We don't have much rights as visitors. Let's acquire what we can acquire and invest where there is birthright advantages.
Sure.
As much as you are looking, let's not think 2 years, 10 years, 5 years. No, guys. Let's put ourselves throw a stone into 50 years. Your Zim may not be the same Zim. But if you have built your asset in Harare, in town, those assets that you see in Harare, those people are no longer living in Harare, they're in Europe, but they're still getting rentals from Harare.
Sure.
So properties may not only be this side, and some they may think rentals in Zim may be far much less than SA, but it depends on the town. So you need to understand the demographics of the town. If you go to an area like Mvuru, it's a small town, but it's so rich in such a way that rentals are so expensive than in Harare. So understanding the property, understanding the environment, understanding where to put your money. So all the purpose of us here doing business is to acquire assets that will live beyond our generation. I think that's the main. If you know one of the guy by the name Jonathan Bay, Investec, the owner of Investec, he owns 60% of properties in Durban. You understand? So this bank, their major business is
They invest in properties. So if we play around with the properties, we are playing around with the major factor of the future investment.
Sure. Thank you so much. So we have 1, 2, 3 hands, 4. Those are the last one, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the last ones. Yes, those are the last ones. We will start with you, Ma.
I just wanted to answer what he asked.
Yeah, sure.
So I can hear the pain point, and it's reality for majority of the people. But my question, and also a challenge to Shoka, is that we are aware that there are these problems, right? How can we turn those problems into opportunities for ourselves? So for instance, let's take BEE. It's a nasty animal. But how do we put effort into understanding it? I did. And because of understanding it, we are always a level 1 or level 2. So it depends on whether we focus on the negative or we focus on how can we turn this into an opportunity. So there is a book called The Afrikaner Mafias or the Stellenbosch Mafias. If you go and read that book, you see how the Afrikaners turned the situation around when they were under the British and turned it into an opportunity. So right now, people are being kicked out of hospital. What are we doing about it? Today, there's so many medical opportunities that we could use. So my challenge is, the next platform is rather looking at what are the challenges. We list the challenges. We sit down, we talk, we see how we navigate those challenges, and we turn those challenges into opportunities. So all of this, we can focus on the negative and keep saying, as Zimbabweans this, as Zimbabweans that, but in the mess, in the midst of all the noise, there's always an opportunity. And you can do that for yourself, or you can focus on crying.
Just to add on what you're saying, studies have shown that chaos produces wealth and opportunities. So during COVID-19, when some were losing their jobs and shutting down, some were skyrocketing and their net worth was increasing. So what are we focusing on? This chaos, people are dying with COVID-19, everything is a mess. But someone was focusing on, I need to create medication that will be a solution to this chaos.
Exactly.
So
sorry, just to add, sorry to cut you, just to add, because I know you're rushing on time.
Yeah.
So he's asking, he's looking for intention. How many business people are here? Why don't we exchange our children? You are in engineering, my child is studying engineering. Can you take my child for internship? Your child is studying finance. Can I take your child into my business? Vice versa, even when it comes to employment, we create our own communities that we can take from.
No, I think also to help on him, I'll give example. Now they're saying if you don't have papers or whatsoever, you cannot access grade 8 and grade 1, isn't it?
Yes.
So imagine there's a Zoom school. You just turn a blind eye like this. And housing. And you know the moment they are in, the law is protecting them. You understand what I'm saying? So they send workers on the clinic. We just open our clinics and save ourselves.
Exactly. Opening our firms.
Open our clinics and serve ourselves. Mr. Jarvis?
Right. I just need that. Come here, I didn't see you.
You want to
But I was trying to be quick though. I made lots of notes. Mr. Kwinrai, when you came in, I think first I'll start with the organizer. I think this is such a great event. I think you've put us in I was looking for a very fancy way to do that, I found quite mad. So you've put us in a quite mad, very tough situation where we have to think deeply. We have to be very much exponential in our way of provisioning solutions and coming up with answers. So as a comment, I would want maybe these collaborations to continue, but also focusing on, maybe if we're talking about entrepreneurship, I like the point we spoke about compliance, and we're talking of ease of doing business again. And this also increases the cost of business, but how is the at the end of the day? Pay others and pay yourself first and pay suppliers. I think that we had that being said. So it's quite a lot of things to digest and then swallow and then digest. And then Mr. Kurai, when you came in and you spoke of the difficulties in doing business, to me, I thought, and your quotations that you did, right? 2008 is of doing business, and it was becoming worse and worse and worse and worse. Right? So when the first thing that came to me was, okay, probably we're going to talk about the rand. At that time was 1:8, and now it's 1:18. Is it that the shift? Africa is if the rand was stronger, we're buying outside, and now we cannot afford anymore because it's now low. That was the general thinking. But then more things came in. We're talking of applications, technological development, and all. But still, they are happening. We talk of Chica 360. We talk of all these things, but we're saying it's still becoming difficult as much as the advances are being done. So what do we need to do? It's quite a lot. And then we're talking about the worsening situations around people being turned away from clinics, right? So what's the next steps for Zimbos? We are here as aspiring entrepreneurs. I think one of the key notes is we need to do something on the side, right? So we are entrepreneurs at the end of the day. Then I thought of corporate citizenship. Right? What are we doing as businesses in South Africa? Are we also taking initiatives in looking after each other? Let me say, for example, right? Here, there was a quotation, people have got medical aids, but there are people that don't have medical aids out there. What are we doing as rabbis? I like your point, you're opening that non-government organization, we're going to look at helping people, but at the end of the day, you say you are looking for funding and then you don't get funding, but we've got entrepreneurs that are here. What are we doing? Right? So the question that we have to apply and really reflect on it, right? Then we come to properties again. So the situation is getting harder and harder where we've invested in properties. Should we keep on holding on them? Right? What's going to happen? I remember when I wanted to buy another property, and then I spoke to the bank, to the guy who was processing the loan, and said, I can see the rate at which you're buying. But let me tell you, in about 3-5 years, it's going to be like a crazy setup in South Africa. I didn't take it seriously. But looking at it today and some of the discussions today, there's some element of truth in that. Right? How do I make a decision in that? Should I continue investing or should I disinvest? Should I move my investment out? Remember, one of the questions and the propositions was, what we have here is understanding the dynamics that are going on and making proper decision making and maybe choosing the next move. So as we go through all this, I think having a collaborative platform like what we have today, this is where some have to speak about this thing more realistically. Even on the side, I'm more of a risk person, but I'm quickly seeing. But yeah, we have to be from a realistic point of view. I like some of the contributions that we got. They're very realistic and they hit home. And that's why I spoke of that my heavyweight today, the fragmented situation, right? So in addition to that, now maybe as the last point is what is the end result? We are taking permanent residence for the kids, we're taking all these things, and still there's that level. You're not in South Africa, you're a foreign. Right? And our kids going to be recognized as the same or is going to be different. So I like the collaboration, I like the platform. It's giving us somewhere where we can sit and talk and propose solutions. So to the organizers, I take this opportunity just for me, say thank you.
It's okay now. Okay. The nuggets that have been shared here today have been absolutely amazing. Okay, 1 minute. Whether it's your comment or question, just a minute.
Yeah. Hi guys. So I think my question is straightforward. It's something that we can think about if no one can answer it. So it's how do we should think about how we navigate incompetent members of our society, right? When we're trying to give opportunities. And the other thing is, how can I trust the drunk that can't kick a ball to fix my vehicle? Right? Or the other way around. Me as the drunk guy who can't kick the ball, what should I do to get an opportunity in such a platform? Is there some advice that you can give? Some of the guys are not here. Some of you are already thinking of them.
Just tweet the ball.
They come to these events, or they came to Shoka, or wherever you're coming from. They came to distress, they came drunk. They are the fun guy around. But at his work, he's probably a manager. Some of them, they are seniors, but they don't disclose it, or they just come for the fun of it. And now when they are trying to look for opportunities, what can they do to be trusted, to get an opportunity, to get that foot in the door? Should I stop coming to the games drunk? What can I do? You know, I'm asking this on behalf of there are other guys not even being here because of transport and other things. So let's think about it, and if there are answers, you can answer them.
We'll just have him to respond then.
Sorry, my name is Pride Mafiri. I'm from Joga Sports Club. We play with soccer. Just to answer you, I think me, as you can see, my hairstyle, I'm a Rasta guy and I've been judged a lot in some places. When I get there, I'm an electrician, but where we do electrical construction. When I get there and you are talking to the customer, I say, no, this is what I do. You can see the way. If some people they take the chance, they kill you, then they'll just say, you know what you're doing? I'm very happy. Thank you very much. So what I can just say to you, to answer you, people, let's not judge people with the way they behave when we are at a social gathering, because like what you said, when I come to a social gathering, I want to be stressed. Like I was stressed, I just want to be free. Sometimes I not control my beers, but when you hire me, judge me my performance. Not because of what you saw me doing or the way I'm dressed, the way I do. I think on everything what we do in terms of business just gives that person a chance. There's always one chance you can give someone, then to see how they do.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. From the employer's perspective, every person is a brand. So the way you manage yourself, you're a brand. So people, they subscribe to a brand. So when they're hiring you, they're hiring you as a brand. So as a person, you need to also understand wherever you go, you're carrying a brand, isn't it? Yeah. So, and I need to answer this question, the last one, issue of company and a person. Here we're in a foreign land. You are not a brand in terms of the business. Let the business be out, but let yourself under the business. Don't be bigger than your business. It will cost you in the future. So build an empire and hide in the empire. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the interactions that we've had. They were very fruitful, they were very mind-blowing, they were very challenging as well. I found myself doing some introspection on how best I can improve myself as an individual, how best do I pour better into my organization. And one thing that I want to mention is that I'm seeing the room, it's very senior in terms of age, respectfully so. There's nothing wrong. However, the question that we have is, are we mentoring young people? Are we passing on the baton? Are we sharing the mindset with the younger crop that is coming? I was fortunate to know someone that is in here, and as a young person, they're like, okay, let's just give you a chance. But what about those that didn't get that senior person noticing them and giving them a chance to grow themselves, right? And so if we are going to create this empire as a community, we can't do it alone as seniors. We need the juniors that are going to take over from where you're going to leave off. In terms of the mindset, in terms of the thinking, in terms of building brands, as young people, we think vuzu parties and smoking shisha is the in thing. But as you come into such a room, you are then reminded that you need to build yourself as an individual in order to be respected in such gatherings and interactions. So once again, thank you so much for making time. We have long lived the time that was assigned to us in this room. If there are any extras, we'll be calling you to pay R1 each so that is not left in debt. So thank you so much for your time, and I'll ask James to give us the closing remarks and a prayer before we head over to lunch, where Satenda is going to lead us.
Yes,
Right. Thank you, everyone. I'm not doing a prayer. I'm doing some closing remarks. Right. What is encouraging is I'm looking at the time based on our schedule. We are about 1.5 hours late in terms of what the schedule time that we're supposed to be. And now some of us should actually at home or not understand. But then I was really scanning through and I did not see any single person looking at the time. No one wanted to go, no one was complaining, meaning everyone was very much engaged. No one said they're also hungry. So I feel on that note, I have to thank you for it means whatever that we're getting here at this stage, or should I first get confirmation or get one year, reach on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate us today? Behind man?
It's a 10 out of 10.
Right. Who else did not speak here? Charles?
It was successful.
I need to say that.
It's completed.
It was 11 out of 10.
Right. Right. For the you see, we on average it's 10 point something out of 10. Right. 10.3 or so. So I think we need to give each other a round of applause. I prepared a speech which I was going to go through. It was going to take longer as well. But as I see already, we're being so I'm not going to touch the open my phone. But what I need to do is to take an opportunity to thank our sponsors who have made this happen possible. Right. So some of what we had the privilege, we have a privilege to have some information pertaining to some of the sponsors, which are at the back of the leaflet that you guys have been given. Those are corporates, and those corporates are all by Shoka members. So I mean, like what the parents noted earlier on, Shoka is not for football, right? Otherwise, we would have just been with us right now, but we are here. Right? In addition to those that have been, I mean, those companies, there are also individuals within the Shoka groups that have also contributed towards this event. I think one or two as well have also contributed financially as well for those that are part of this platform, or maybe online or in person, but in that, I mean, as a company or in their individual capacity as well. I think let's acknowledge them. Let's give them a round of applause. When we started this, really we did not think it was going to go this big, right? In terms of demographics, I personally am happy because I mean, Shoka, when it's platform was sitting about 102 people and they're all male, right? In here, we don't not only have, we of course want to improve on those two demographics, but I'm actually happy that there are ladies in here as well. And youth as well. I mean, Sharon, she was squared in the youth category. Which is good, and she was taking the lead here. Quite good as well. I mean, we need to recognize that as well, that we are very inclusive. But yes, the average age, you can see somewhere, I mean. We are here and we are quite inclusive. The Shoka group itself, Tonde, the one who was sharing with us, I mean, speaking about some of the challenges that are happening, he can also attest that by him being part of that Shoka group, there are many benefits that have also come this way. Others within the group as well, benefits that have come through their way, be it getting a job opportunity from within, opportunities that will become within the Shoka groups or through other networks, or even for those that the entrepreneurs getting business and also the business going. We've actually been doing that through trust. Trust is actually been built by that platform of Shoka. So Shoka offers, presents an opportunity for those that are not part of that platform to join. It's an opportunity for you to quickly establish trust and build trust with others and network with others and start to grow. Right. We need you. It's in this bill. You all fit in there. Right. Chair, maybe next year we do this. I don't know. Is it next year? Is it an annual thing or biannual? I don't know. But next time when we do it, as you can see, we're oversubscribed. There's a lot that are there. So, but we also want to make sure that we fulfill some of the challenges that were being shared. I mean, like we were challenged to bring in our spouses, right? So, and because that's the demographics. We need to try to accommodate more people, so maybe challenge for you as well. On that note, can I simply say, come to a close and bring the curtain down with regards to this event and speak to the chair and the host.
Thank you so much, Mr. James. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can now sign off and then we can have lunch. While we do that, let's network, let's interact, get to know who does what, and hopefully we'll be having more interactions. The next one, I'm declaring that our couple is going to organize one for the family where we are coming in with our kids, hopefully before the end of the year, make it relaxed, make it fun, where we're just going to talk about planning our finances and growing together as a family. So they're here to take us for lunch, so
So we should try to eat fast, eh?
No, not eat fast, but eat. You can go both ways. Thank you.